The air is still. It is early morning along the wide and quiet banks of the Nile. The sky has not yet chosen its color. It rests somewhere between night and day, soft and uncertain, like a thought that has not fully formed. The river moves slowly, almost without sound. It carries coolness in the air. A faint smell of wet earth lingers, gentle and familiar. The land nearby is flat and calm, stretching outward in silence. In the distance, the shape of rising stone can barely be seen, dark against the pale horizon. Somewhere near that quiet river, a man wakes. He does not open his eyes all at once. He lets the morning arrive slowly. His body feels the ground beneath him, firm and unchanged. A woven mat rests under his back. The fibers are rough, but he has known them for a long time. There's no discomfort in it anymore, only familiarity. He listens first. There's the soft breathing of others nearby, a low rustle of fabric, someone shifting gently in their sleep, the faint cry of a bird far away, carried through the still air. The world is waking, but very slowly. He sits up. The movement is simple and quiet. No urgency follows him. There is nowhere he must rush to be. The day ahead will be long, but it will not be hurried. It will move in the same steady rhythm it always does. He rubs his eyes with the back of his hand. His fingers are rough. The skin is thick in places, shaped by years of small, repeated work. Nothing sudden, nothing sharp, only the slow shaping of hands over time. He looks toward the east. The light is beginning to grow now. A thin line of gold touches the edge of the land. It spreads slowly, like warm water being poured across a flat surface. The shapes of the world begin to return. Other men begin to wake as well. They move in the same quiet way, sitting up, stretching slightly, looking around without speaking. There is no need for many words in the early morning. The silence is not empty. It is full, but in a gentle way. A breeze passes through. It is cool, carrying with it the smell of the river and the distant fields. It brushes against skin and fabric alike, moving through the small camp without disturbance. The man stands. He adjusts the simple linen cloth around his body. It hangs lightly, warm but clean. It does not need to be perfect. It only needs to be enough. Nearby, someone reaches for a small piece of bread. The food is simple, flat and dry, made from grain that has been ground and baked with care, but without decoration. It is not exciting. It is not new, but it is steady like everything else here. The man takes his share. He eats slowly. There is no hurry in his chewing. The taste is mild, familiar. It fills the mouth just enough. It gives strength quietly. There is also a small drink, cool water carried from the river, perhaps with a faint taste of clay from the vessel that holds it. He drinks. The water moves through him like the morning air, calm and necessary. Around him, the camp continues to wake. Men stand. Some stretch their arms. Others look out toward the distance where the great shape of stone rises more clearly now. It is large. It is steady. It does not change from day to day, except in the smallest ways. This is where they will go. Not quickly, not all at once. They begin to walk, The ground beneath their feet is dry and firm. Dust lifts slightly with each step, but only a little. The path they follow is known. It has been walked many times before by many feet. There is no need to think about where it leads. They move together, but not in a tight group. Some walk a little ahead. Some fall slightly behind. The spacing feels natural, like the flow of the river itself. The sun rises further. Light spreads across the land, touching the edges of things first. The tops of structures, the tips of distant stones. Then slowly, it reaches the ground, warming it little by little. The pyramid comes into view. It is not sudden. It does not appear all at once. It grows out of the morning light, slowly revealing itself, layer by layer, stone by stone. It is large but not loud. It does not demand attention. It simply exists, steady and unmoving, like a quiet thought that stays in the mind without effort. The man walks toward it. He does not feel excitement. He does not feel fear. What he feels is something softer, something quieter. He feels routine. Each step is like one he has taken before. The same ground, the same direction, the same slow rhythm of movement. As he walks, he hears the sounds of the morning deepen. More birds now. A faint murmur of voices behind him. The soft scraping of sandals on the ground. Somewhere far off, the dull thud of stone being shifted, already beginning. The work does not begin with a loud signal. It begins like the day itself, gradually, quietly, without rush. When he reaches the work site, he does not stop suddenly. He slows. His body understands the change before his mind needs to think about it. He looks at the stones. They are large, but he does not think of their size. He thinks of a small part he will play, the small, repeated action he will perform again and again. He joins the others. There is no formal greeting, only small nods, brief glances, familiar faces that have been seen many times before. Each man moves to his place. The tools are simple. Wooden sledges, ropes made from plant fibers, levers shaped from strong branches. Nothing complex, nothing surprising. The man places his hands on the rope. It is rough. The fibers press into his skin. But this feeling is not new. It is known. It is expected. He waits. Not for long. Just enough. Then, slowly the movement begins. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. The stone shifts. Only a little at first. Then a little more. The sound is low. A quiet scraping, like something being moved across dry earth. It is not sharp. It does not disturb the air. It blends into the background of the morning. They pull, together, not fast, not slow, just steady. The man breathes in, then out. His breath finds a rhythm. Pull, breathe, step, pull, breathe, step. The pattern repeats. It does not change. It does not need to. The sun rises higher. The light becomes warmer. Shadows shorten. The air begins to lose its cool edge and take on a gentle heat. Still, the work continues. The stone moves inch by inch. There is no moment of sudden success. No dramatic shift. Only the slow progress that comes from steady effort. The man does not think about the end. He does not think about the top of the pyramid or the finished shape. He thinks only of the rope in his hands, the ground beneath his feet, the next step, the next breath. Time moves quietly around him. Minutes pass, but they do not feel separate from one another. They blend together like the soft colors of the early sky. A voice calls out softly, not loud, not urgent, just enough to guide. The men adjust. A slight change in direction, a small shift in position. The stone responds slowly, as if it too is part of the rhythm. The man continues. His body knows this work. It does not resist it. It does not question it. It simply moves again and again and again. The morning deepens, and the quiet work of the day settles in, like a calm that has no need to end. The morning settles more fully now. The soft gray sky has become pale blue. The light is gentle, but it is steady. It rests on the backs of the workers, on the ropes in their hands, and on the wide faces of the stones that wait to be moved. The man continues to pull. The rope presses into his palms. The fibers feel dry and firm. His fingers close around it in the same way they always have. There is no need to adjust, no need to think. His hands remember. Around him, the others move in the same quiet rhythm. Feet press into the ground. Sand shifts slightly under each step. Breathing rises and falls in a slow, shared pattern. No one rushes ahead. No one falls far behind. The work stays even. The stone they're pulling slides forward little by little. It does not move easily, but it does move. That is enough. A thin layer of damp sand has been placed in front of it. Someone has already walked ahead and spread it carefully. The moisture helps the stone glide just a little more smoothly than it would on dry ground. The man notices this without thinking. He sees the darker color of the sand. He steps onto it. His foot sinks slightly, cooler than the dry ground behind him. The difference is small, but real. Everything here is made of small differences, small movements, small changes. They add together quietly. The sun rises higher. Its warmth begins to settle on the skin. It is not harsh yet. It feels almost comforting, like a gentle weight. The man does not mind it, not in the early hours. A bird passes overhead. Its wings move slowly, cutting through the still air. It does not call out. It simply glides, then disappears into the brightness of the sky. The man does not follow it with his eyes for long. His attention returns to the rope, to the ground, to the next step. Pull, breathe, step. The pattern continues. Nearby, another group works with a different stone. Their rhythm is similar, but not identical. Their movements fall slightly out of sync, creating a soft, layered sound across the work site. Low scraping, quiet footsteps, the faint creak of wood. It all blends together into something steady and calm. No sharp edges, no sudden breaks, only a long, even flow of sound. A man ahead lifts his hand slightly. The signal is simple. The group slows. The stone settles into place for a moment. The rope loosens just a little. The man relaxes his grip, but does not let go. He breathes in, then out. His chest rises and falls gently. A short pause, not long enough to feel like rest. just enough to continue. The signal comes again. They begin once more. The rope tightens. The stone shifts. The same motion returns, as if it had never stopped. The man's shoulders feel the work now, not as pain, just as presence, a quiet awareness of effort. It does not disturb him. It stays with him like the warmth of the sun. Time continues to pass. The morning grows brighter. The light becomes stronger, filling the spaces between the stones and the bodies of the workers. Shadows shrink and gather close. The ground begins to warm. The man's feet feel it through his sandals. A dry heat rising slowly. Still, the rhythm does not change. Pull, breathe, step, pull, breathe, step. His mind does not wander far. It stays close to the body, close to the simple actions that repeat again and again. There is comfort in this. Nothing unexpected, nothing new, just the steady return of the same movement. A faint voice drifts from somewhere behind. Someone speaking softly. The words are not important. They pass through the air and fade. No one turns to listen. The work continues. The stone reaches a slightly raised area of ground. The movement becomes a little slower. The rope grows tighter. The men lean forward more deeply. Their bodies angle toward the earth. The man feels the change. He adjusts without thinking. His steps become smaller. His grip becomes firmer. The effort increases, but only slightly. Enough to notice. Not enough to break the rhythm. The stone moves. A little at a time. Always a little. Never all at once. The man breathes. In. Out. His breath stays calm. It does not rush. It follows the pace of the work. There is no need to hurry. The day is long. It will unfold slowly, just like this moment. Eventually, the stone reaches a flat place again. The ground evens out. The tension in the rope softens slightly. The men straighten just a little. Their bodies return to a more balanced posture. The movement becomes easier again. Not easy, just easier. A quiet shift. Nothing more. The man feels it. He continues. The sun is higher now. Its light is no longer soft. It is brighter, clearer. It fills the sky completely. The air begins to feel heavier. Still, the morning has not yet reached its peak. There is time, always time. A man walks alongside the group with a small vessel. He carries water. He moves slowly, carefully. When he reaches the workers, he offers it without words. The man takes a small drink. The water is warm, but still refreshing. It moves through him gently. He hands a vessel back. No thanks are spoken. None are needed. The act is enough. The work resumes without interruption. The rope tightens again. The stone continues its quiet journey across the ground. The man's thoughts remain simple. He does not think of the past. He does not think of the future. He stays here, in this moment, in this movement, in this slow and steady passing of time. The sound of the work surrounds him. It becomes familiar in a deeper way, almost like silence. A silence filled with soft, repeating patterns. Nothing sharp, nothing sudden, only the gentle continuation of effort. The man blinks. Sweat forms lightly on his skin. It does not fall yet. It simply rests there, small and unnoticed. The breeze from earlier has faded. The air is still now, warm and quiet. The stone moves forward, another small distance, then another, always forward, always slow. The pyramid rises nearby. Its shape is clearer now. Its sides step upward in even lines. Stone resting on stone, layer upon layer. The man does not look at it for long. He has seen it many times. Each day it grows slightly, but the growth is too slow to feel. It does not change in a way that can be noticed in a single moment, only over many days. Many quiet mornings like this one, he returns his gaze to the rope, to his hands, to the ground. The work continues, unbroken, unhurried, steady as the river, steady as breath, steady as the slow passing of the morning light. The morning moves forward without announcement. There is no clear moment when 1 hour becomes the next. The light simply grows stronger, and the air becomes warmer, and the quiet work continues in the same steady way. The man keeps his place along the rope. His hands have settled into a natural grip now. The roughness no longer feels separate from his skin. It feels like part of it, as if the rope has always been there, resting in his palms. Pull. Breathe. Step. The rhythm remains unchanged. Nearby, the ground shows faint marks from earlier work. Long lines pressed into the sand where stones have already been dragged. Footprints layered over one another, soft and uneven, slowly fading under the light breeze that returns for a brief moment. The breeze passes gently. It touches the man's face, then disappears again. He notices it only slightly, a small relief, nothing more. The stone they're moving begins to approach a prepared path. The ground here is smoother, carefully leveled. Someone has spent time making it this way long before this moment. That work too was quiet and steady. Everything here is built on work that came before. The man steps onto the smoother ground. His footing changes just a little. The movement of the stone becomes more even. It glides with less resistance. The rope feels different in his hands. Slightly lighter. Not light, but lighter. The group adjusts together without speaking. Their steps fall into a slightly quicker rhythm. Not fast, just a little more fluid. Pull, breathe, step, pull, breathe, step. The sound of the stone changes as well. The scraping softens. It becomes lower, more even, almost like a long, quiet sigh against the earth. The man's shoulders rise and fall with his breathing. There is a gentle repetition in everything. Movement, sound, effort. Nothing breaks the pattern. Nothing interrupts it. A man at the front raises his arm again. The signal is calm. The group slows. The stone comes to a gradual stop. The rope loosens slightly. The man shifts his weight from one foot to the other. He does not step away. He simply stands, breathing. The pause stretches quietly. It is longer this time. A moment of stillness settles over the group. The sun continues its climb. The light feels warmer now on the man's back. It presses gently through the thin fabric of his clothing. Sweat begins to form more clearly along his neck and arms. It gathers slowly. It does not yet fall. The man lifts his hand briefly from the rope. He wipes his forehead with the back of his wrist. The motion is small. Then his hand returns to its place. The pause ends as softly as it began. A quiet call, a slight movement. The rope tightens again. The work resumes. The stone shifts forward. Once more, the rhythm returns. Pull, breathe, step, pull, breathe, step. Time continues to move without sharp edges. The man does not count it. He does not measure it. He feels it only through the slow changes in light and heat. The morning is no longer cool. The warmth has settled in fully. It is not harsh, but it is present. It surrounds everything. The air feels thicker. The ground holds the heat. Still, the work goes on. There is no sudden change in pace. No command to stop or rush. Only the same steady effort. Nearby, another group begins to lift smaller stones. Their movements are different. More lifting, less pulling. But the rhythm remains. Slow, even, repeated. The man hears their quiet sounds. The soft thud of stone being set down. The gentle shifting of weight. It blends into the background of his own work. The world here is full of small, layered movements. Each one simple, each one steady. Together, they create something larger. But no single moment feels large. Everything feels small and calm. The stone they're pulling begins to approach its resting place. It is not the final place, only one place among many, a small step in a long process. The man does not think of the final shape. He focuses on this moment, on this stone, on this movement. The ground rises slightly again, not steep, just enough to notice. The rope tightens more firmly. The men lean forward again. Their bodies shift into a deeper angle. The effort increases. The man feels in his arms, in his legs, in the steady pull of his muscles. Still, the rhythm does not break. It adjusts, but it continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone moves. Slowly, always slowly. The sun now stands higher in the sky. The shadows are shorter. They gather close beneath the workers' feet. The brightness fills everything. There are fewer soft edges now. The world feels clearer, but still calm. A faint sound comes from the distance. Perhaps a tool striking stone. Not loud, just a dull, repeating tap. It echoes gently, then fades. The man hears it, but it does not distract him. His focus remains close. On the rope, on the ground, on the next step. The stone reaches the raised ground. The movement slows even more. The effort deepens. The rope grows tight. The fibers press harder into his skin. His grip holds steady. His breathing remains calm. In, out, in, out. The group moves as one. Not perfectly, but closely enough. The stone inches forward. A small distance. Then another. There is no rush. There is no sudden success. Only progress. Slow, quiet, certain. At last, the stone reaches a flat surface again. A prepared place. The ground is firm, even. The men ease their pull. The rope loosens. The stone settles. It comes to rest with a soft, final sound. Not loud, just a quiet end to its movement. The man relaxes his grip. His hands remain on the rope for a moment longer. Then slowly he lets go. He stands still, breathing, feeling the absence of tension in his arms. A small, quiet release. Around him, the others do the same. There are no cheers, no signs of celebration. Only a gentle pause, a shared stillness. The work is not finished. It has simply reached another point, another small step. The man steps back. He looks at the stone for a brief moment. It sits where it has been placed, unmoving, solid, part of something larger, though it does not feel large. It feels like one piece among many. He turns slightly. Another task waits. Another rope. Another stone. The rhythm will begin again, just as it always does. Without hurry. Without change. Without end in sight. The man walks slowly toward the next place. His steps are steady. The ground is warm beneath his feet. The air is quiet. The sun watches from above, unmoving. And the calm, endless work of the day continues. The man walks without urgency. His feet move over the warm ground, following a path that feels already known, even without looking. The sand shifts softly beneath each step, leaving behind faint impressions that will slowly fade as the day continues. Around him, the work never truly stops. It only shifts. One group finishes a movement. Another begins. Some lift. Some carry. Some pull. Each motion is simple. Each motion is repeated. The man reaches a new rope. It rests loosely on the ground, coiled in a relaxed shape. Its fibers are pale and dry, touched by dust and many hands before his. He bends slightly and picks it up. The rope feels the same as before. Rough, familiar. He wraps it around his hands, not tightly, just enough to hold it steady. The fibers press gently into his skin, finding the same places they always do. Other men gather along the length of the rope. They do not speak much. A glance here, a small nod there. It is enough. They take their places. The stone ahead of them is smaller than the last, but still heavy. It rests quietly on a wooden sledge, its edges worn slightly from movement. Someone has already prepared the path again. A thin layer of damp sand stretches forward. The ground looks darker where the water has touched it. The man steps into position. His body aligns naturally. Feet planted, hands steady, shoulders relaxed. He waits. Only a moment. Then the rope tightens. The work begins again. Pull. Breathe. Step. The motion returns as if it never left. The stone slides forward. Its sound is soft, a low, steady scraping that blends into the quiet rhythm of the place. The man feels the movement through his arms, through his legs, through the ground itself. Everything is connected in a slow, steady way. The sun continues its climb. The light now feels stronger. It rests fully on the land, warming the stones, the ropes, the bodies of the workers. The air is still. The earlier breeze has gone. There is only warmth now, gentle but constant. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. He does not rush. There is no need. The day stretches ahead, long and patient. The stone moves. Slowly. Always slowly. A man walks ahead, pouring water onto the path. The liquid darkens the sand. It sinks in quietly, preparing the way. The man watches it for a brief moment. The way the water disappears. The way the sand changes color. Then his focus returns to the rope. Pull. Breathe. Step. The pattern continues. Time passes without clear markers. The sun moves higher. The shadows grow shorter. The brightness becomes stronger, filling every corner of the space. Still, the work remains unchanged. A soft voice calls from the side. A small adjustment is needed. The men shift slightly. A step to the left. A slight turn of the body. The stone responds. It changes direction by a small amount. Then the rhythm returns again. Pull. Breathe. Step. The man's hands feel warmer now. The rope has taken on the heat of the day. It presses into his skin with a steady, dry friction. He adjusts his grip slightly. Not much. Just enough. His fingers close again. The motion continues. Nearby, another group pauses. They sit for a moment in the shade of a low structure made from simple materials. Their bodies rest quietly. No loud voices. No sudden movements. Just a stillness that mirrors the slow pace of the work. The man notices them only in passing. His path continues forward. The stone slides along the damp sand. Its movement is smooth, but not effortless. There is always resistance, always something to push against, but it is steady, predictable. The man leans forward slightly. His weight shifts into the rope. His steps remain even. The ground beneath him feels warmer now. The heat has settled in more deeply. It rises gently through his sandals. It touches his skin without urgency. Sweat begins to gather more clearly now. Small drops form along his arms. They move slowly downward. Some fall. Most remain. The man does not pay much attention. It is part of the day, part of the rhythm. A bird calls out in the distance. Its voice is soft, carried lightly through the still air. It fades quickly. The man continues. Pull. Breathe. Step. The stone approaches another raised section of ground. The slope is gentle, but noticeable. The rope tightens. The men lean forward more. Their bodies angle closer to the earth. The effort deepens again. The man feels it in his legs, in the steady pull through his arms. Still, nothing changes in the rhythm. It only becomes slightly heavier, slightly slower. Pull, breathe, step. The stone moves, a little at a time, always a little, never all at once. The sun stands high now. Its light is direct, strong, but still calm. There is no sudden harshness, only a steady presence. The man blinks slowly. His eyes adjust. The brightness fills his vision, but does not overwhelm it. He continues. The slope ends. The ground becomes flat again. The tension in the rope eases. The men straighten slightly. Their bodies return to a more balanced position. The movement becomes smoother once more. The stone glides forward. The sound softens again. A long, quiet scraping. Even, unbroken. The man breathes. In, out. His breath matches the rhythm of his steps. The world around him feels simple, clear. There are no sudden changes, no unexpected moments, only the steady flow of work. The stone reaches its place. a prepared area among many others. The ground is firm, leveled, ready. The men slow their movement. The rope loosens. The stone settles. It comes to rest gently. The sound is soft, almost like a whisper against the earth. The man relaxes his grip. His fingers loosen slowly. The rope slips from his hands. He stands still for a moment, breathing, feeling the quiet release in his arms, the absence of tension. Around him, the others do the same. A shared pause, a brief stillness. No one speaks. No one needs to. The work has reached another small ending. Not the end, just a pause. The man steps back. He looks at the stone briefly. It rests among others, each one placed with care, each one part of something larger. But here, in this moment, is simply a stone at rest. He turns again. Another task waits. Another rope. Another slow beginning. His feet move across the warm ground. The sun remains high above. The air is still, and the quiet, endless rhythm of the day continues without change. The sun now stands high and steady in the sky. Its light rests evenly across the land, touching every surface without hurry. The ground has grown warmer, holding the heat gently, as if it has been slowly collecting it since the early morning. The man walks again. His pace is unchanging, not fast, not slow, just steady. His feet press into the sand, leaving soft impressions that quickly begin to fade. Around him, the work continues in its quiet, repeating patterns. Nothing feels new. Nothing feels different. And yet, everything continues to move forward. He approaches another group. They're already gathered around a stone, preparing for the next movement. The rope lies stretched across the ground, waiting. A wooden sledge rests beneath the stone, its surface worn smooth from many uses. The man steps into place among them. There is no need to be told where to stand. He finds his position naturally, as if guided by memory rather than thought. His hands reach down. They take hold of the rope once more. The texture is familiar, dry, rough, steady. He adjusts his grip slightly, letting the fibers settle into the same places in his palms. A quiet signal passes through the group, a slight shift in posture, a shared readiness. Then slowly the rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm returns again, unchanged. The man leans forward gently. His weight shifts into the rope. His body follows the movement. The stone slides across the ground with a low, even sound. It is not loud. It does not disturb the air. It simply exists, part of the steady background of the work. The man's breathing remains calm. In, out. He does not think ahead. He does not think behind. He stays here, in the moment, in the movement, in the quiet repetition. The sun presses down a little more now. The warmth has deepened. It rests on his shoulders, on his back, on his arms. It is not sudden. It is not sharp. It is just there, constant, unchanging. A thin line of sweat forms along his neck. It moves slowly. A small drop follows the curve of his skin, then disappears into the fabric below. He does not notice it for long. His focus remains on the rope, on the next step, on the steady pull. Nearby, A man pours water onto the path again. The sand darkens. The stone glides a little more smoothly. These small acts happen again and again. Quietly, without attention, without interruption, the work continues. Pull, breathe, step. The sound of the site surrounds him. Soft footsteps, low scraping, occasional voices, quiet and brief. Nothing rises above the rest. Everything blends together into a single, calm presence. The man's arms feel the work now, not as strain, not as pain, just as something that exists. A steady weight, a quiet effort. It remains constant. He accepts it without thought. The stone moves forward, slowly, always slowly. The ground ahead is flat and prepared. The movement remains even. The rope stays firm in his hands. His grip does not change. His posture remains steady. Everything continues as it has been. Time passes, not in clear pieces, but in a smooth, unbroken flow. The sun holds its place high above. The shadows stay short. The light remains bright and clear. A faint breeze returns for a moment. It moves across the land gently. It touches the man's skin, cooling it just slightly. Then it fades again, leaving the warm stillness behind. The man blinks slowly. His eyes remain calm. His expression does not change. There is no need for it to. The work continues. The stone approaches another resting place. A flat area, carefully prepared. The ground is firm, even, ready. The group begins to slow. The rope loosens slightly. The movement becomes smaller. The final distance is covered gently. The stone settles into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then, slowly he lets go. His fingers open. The rope falls slightly, resting against the ground. He stands still, breathing, feeling the absence of movement. A brief stillness surrounds him. The others pause as well. No one speaks. No one rushes away. They simply exist in that small, quiet moment. Then, slowly, the rhythm begins again. Some step away. Some remain. New tasks form without being announced. The man turns slightly. He looks out across the site. The pyramid rises nearby. Its shape is clearer now in the bright light. Step upon step of stone, each one placed carefully, each one part of a long, quiet process. He does not stare for long. It is not something that demands attention. It simply exists, like the river, like the sky, like the steady passing of the day. He begins to walk again. His feet move over the warm ground. The air remains still. The light remains constant. The sounds remain soft. Everything continues as it has been. He reaches another place, another rope, another stone waiting to move. There is no feeling of beginning, no feeling of ending, only continuation. He bends slightly. His hands find the rope once more. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar, unchanged. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull, breathe, step. The pattern returns again, just as before. The man's body follows without thought. His mind remains quiet. There is nothing to interrupt it, nothing to disturb it. only the slow, steady repetition of simple work. The sun remains high. The air remains warm. The ground holds its quiet heat. And the long, gentle rhythm of the day continues without pause, without change, without end. The day continues to unfold in the same quiet way. The sun remains high, resting in the wide, open sky. Its light is steady now, no longer growing, no longer changing quickly. It simply stays, spreading warmth across the land in an even, patient manner. The man keeps his place along the rope. His hands close around it, as they have many times before. The feeling is no longer something he notices fully. It is just there, like the ground beneath his feet or the air around him. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues. The stone moves forward, slowly and without interruption. Its path is already prepared. The sand ahead has been dampened again, dark and smooth, waiting quietly for the weight to pass over it. The man steps onto it. His foot sinks slightly. The coolness is still there beneath the surface. A small difference, a quiet detail. He continues forward. The group moves together, not perfectly, but closely enough that the motion feels shared. Their steps fall into a pattern that does not need to be spoken. Pull, breathe, step. The sound of the stone sliding across the ground remains soft and steady. It does not change. It does not surprise. It blends into everything else. Nearby, the low murmur of other work continues. Voices rise gently, then fall. A tool taps against stone somewhere in the distance. A faint shift of wood, all of it layered together, all of it calm. The man's shoulders carry the work, not heavily, just steadily. There is no sudden strain, only the ongoing presence of effort. His breathing stays even, in, out. He does not look far ahead. He does not look far behind. He stays here within the small space of his movement. The sun presses gently against his back. The warmth has settled fully into the day now. It is no longer new. It is simply part of everything. Sweat forms more clearly now along his arms and neck. It moves slowly, following quiet paths across his skin. Some drops fall to the ground. They disappear quickly into the dry sand. The man does not pause. He does not need to. The work continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone approaches a slight turn in the path. The man ahead raises his hand. A simple signal. The group slows. The rope loosens slightly. The stone comes to a gradual stop. The man shifts his weight. He stands, breathing. The pause is brief, but noticeable. A small moment of stillness in the middle of steady motion. The air feels warm and quiet. The sun does not move quickly. Time does not rush forward. It settles. It stretches. The signal comes again. The group adjusts their positions. A slight change in angle. A small step to the side. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows a slightly different path. A gentle curve. The man follows without thinking. His feet adjust. His body shifts. The rhythm continues. Pull. Breathe. Step. Nothing feels new. Nothing feels unexpected. It is simply the same motion, shaped in a slightly different way. The stone moves along the curve. Slowly, always slowly. The ground beneath remains firm. The sand continues to support the movement. The rope stays steady in his hands. Time passes quietly. The sun remains high. The light remains strong. The air remains still. Everything holds its place. Nearby, a group of men sit briefly in the shade again. Their bodies rest. Their breathing slows. They do not speak much. The quiet remains. The man notices them only for a moment. Then his attention returns to the rope, to the next step, to the steady rhythm. The stone begins to approach another raised section. The slope is gentle, but enough to change the movement. The rope tightens more. The men lean forward. Their bodies angle closer to the ground. The effort deepens again. The man feels in his legs, in his arms, in a steady pull through his body. Still, the rhythm does not break. It adjusts, but it continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone moves, a little at a time, always a little, never all at once. The man's breathing remains calm. In, out. His chest rises and falls evenly. There is no rush. There is no need for it. The slope continues. The movement slows slightly. The effort increases slightly, but nothing changes in the pattern. The stone reaches the top of the small rise. The ground levels again. The tension in the rope eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother once more. The stone glides forward. The sound softens again. A long, quiet scraping. Even, unbroken. The man blinks slowly. His eyes remain calm. The brightness of the day surrounds him, but does not disturb him. It is simply there. Like everything else. The stone approaches its resting place. A flat, prepared area among many others. The ground is firm, even, ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then, slowly he lets go. His fingers open. The rope slips from his grip. He stands still, breathing. A small pause settles over the group. No one speaks. No one rushes. The stillness is shared. Simple. Calm. Then, as always, it begins again. The men move. Some step away. Some remain. New tasks form without words. The man turns. He begins to walk again across the warm ground. His steps are steady. The air is still. The sun remains high. The pyramid stands nearby, unmoving, layer upon layer of stone, growing slowly in ways that cannot be seen in a single moment. The man does not look at it for long. He has seen it before. He will see it again. It is part of the background now. Like the sky, like the river, like the quiet rhythm of the work itself. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests nearby. He bends slightly. His hands find the rope once more. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar, unchanging. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull, breathe, step, and the slow, endless rhythm of the day continues, steady and calm, without interruption. The afternoon begins without a clear boundary. The sun has moved slightly, though it is difficult to notice at first. Its light is still strong, still steady, but there is a subtle shift in its angle. The shadows, once short and close beneath the feet, now stretch just a little farther across the ground. The man continues his work. His hands rest on the rope again, fingers closing around the familiar fibers. The feeling has become so constant that it no longer stands apart from the rest of his senses. It is simply part of being here. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm remains unchanged. The stone moves forward, gliding slowly across the prepared ground. The damp sand beneath it holds just enough moisture to ease the movement. It darkens under the weight, then slowly returns to its lighter color once the stone has passed. The man steps forward with the group. Their movement is steady, measured, quiet. No one speaks. No one needs to. The work carries its own quiet understanding. A faint breeze returns, softer than before. It moves through the open space gently, brushing against skin and cloth. It carries with it the dry scent of sand and stone, mixed with something faintly earthy from the river far behind them. The man feels it across his face. A brief coolness. Then it fades again. The air settles, warm and still. The sound of the work continues. Soft scraping, low footsteps, the occasional murmur of a voice that rises and falls quickly. Nothing interrupts the steady flow. The man's shoulders rise and fall with his breathing. In, out. He does not think of the length of the day. He does not think of when it will end. Time here does not feel like something that moves quickly. It feels like something that stretches, something that flows slowly, like the river in the early morning. The stone they're moving follows a straight path. The ground is even. The movement is smooth. The rope stays firm in his hands. His grip remains steady. Everything continues without change. Nearby, a group of men lift smaller stones into place. Their movements are careful, deliberate. Each stone is set down with a soft, control motion. No sudden drops, no sharp sounds, just a quiet placing. The man notices them only briefly. Then his focus returns to his own task. Pull, breathe, step. The sun shifts again, almost without being seen. The light remains bright, but it softens just slightly. The heat, though still present, begins to feel less intense. Not cooler, just less pressing. Sweat continues to form along the man's skin. It gathers and moves slowly. Some drops fall to the ground. They disappear into the sand almost instantly. The man does not pause. He does not wipe his face. He continues. The stone moves forward. Slowly, always slowly. The ground ahead begins to rise slightly. A gentle incline. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust to the change. The effort deepens. The man feels it in his legs, in his arms, in the steady pull that runs through his entire body. Still, the rhythm does not break. It adjusts, but it continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the slight rise. Its movement slows. The sound deepens slightly. A lower, heavier scraping. but still calm, still steady. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. His chest rises and falls without hurry. There is no rush. There is no need for it. The slope continues for a short distance. Then it begins to level again. The ground becomes flat. The tension in the rope eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother once more. The stone glides forward. The sound softens again. Even, unbroken. The man blinks slowly. His eyes remain calm. The brightness of the afternoon surrounds him, but it does not disturb him. It is simply there, like everything else. A soft voice calls out from ahead. A signal. The group begins to slow. The rope loosens slightly. The stone comes to a gentle stop. The man shifts his weight. He stands, breathing. The pause is quiet, shared. No one speaks. The air remains warm. The light remains steady. The moment stretches softly. Then, as always, the work begins again. A slight adjustment in direction. A small turn. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move once more. Now it follows a new path. A gentle curve. The man follows without thought. His feet adjust. His body shifts. The rhythm returns. Pull. Breathe. Step. The afternoon continues. The sun slowly lowers, though the change is gradual. Almost unnoticeable. The shadows lengthen just a little more. The light softens further. The heat begins to ease. Not gone, just quieter. The man's movements remain the same. Steady, even, unchanged. He does not think of stopping. He does not think of rest. He simply continues. The stone approaches another resting place. A flat area prepared among many others. The ground is firm, even, ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A small pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness is calm, gentle. Then, quietly, the work shifts again. Some men step away. Others move forward. New tasks form without being spoken. The man turns. He begins to walk once more across the warm ground. The air feels slightly different now. Not cooler, just softer. The sun continues its slow descent. The light changes little by little. The pyramid stands nearby. Its shape remains steady, unmoving, layer upon layer of stone, growing in ways too slow to notice in a single day. The man does not look at it for long. It is simply there, part of the world around him. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find a rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar, unchanged. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull, breathe, step, and the calm, steady rhythm of the afternoon continues, slow and unbroken, carrying the day gently forward. The afternoon drifts onward. almost without being noticed. The sun lowers just a little more in the wide, open sky. Its light begins to soften at the edges, losing a small part of its earlier intensity. The warmth remains, but it no longer presses as firmly against the skin. The man continues to move with the rope. His hands close around it in the same quiet way. The fibers feel unchanged. The texture, the weight, the steady pull, everything remains familiar, as if it has always been this way. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm carries on. The stone slides forward across the prepared ground. The sand beneath it shifts slightly, darkened where water has been spread. Each movement leaves a faint mark, a gentle line across the earth that will slowly disappear. The man steps forward. His feet follow the same pattern. His body follows the same motion. Nothing asks for change. Nothing interrupts. The air feels different now. Not cooler, but calmer. The stillness of the day begins to soften. A light breeze moves across the open space, touching the surface of the sand, lifting just a small amount of dust before letting it fall again. The man feels the breeze pass over his arms. It lingers for a moment. It moves on. He does not follow it. His attention stays with the rope, with the ground, with the next step. Pull, breathe, step. Nearby, the sounds of the work remain low and even. The quiet scraping of stone, the soft rhythm of footsteps, a distant murmur of voices that rise briefly, then fade. Nothing stands apart. Everything blends into a single, gentle presence. The man's breathing remains slow. In, out. There is no strain in it, no urgency. It follows the movement of his body without effort. The stone moves forward, always slowly. The path ahead is straight for now. The ground is even. The movement feels smooth. The rope remains steady in his hands. Time continues to pass without clear edges. The sun lowers a little more. The light becomes warmer in color. A faint golden tone begins to touch the surfaces of the stones and the ground. The change is subtle, almost too soft to notice at first. But it is there. The man does not think about it. He does not measure it. He simply moves within it. The stone approaches a slight turn. A man ahead raises his hand, a quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens slightly. The stone comes to a gentle stop. The man stands, breathing. His shoulders relax just a little. The pause stretches softly. The air feels calm. The light rests gently across everything. The signal comes again. The men adjust their positions. A small step to the side. A slight shift in the body. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows a gentle curve. The man follows without thought. His feet adjust. His body aligns with the new direction. The rhythm continues. Pull, breathe, step. The movement remains steady, unchanged in its pace, unbroken in its flow. Nearby, a group begins to carry smaller stones by hand. Their steps are slow, careful. Each stone is lifted and placed with quiet control. No sudden drops, no loud sounds, just the soft, repeated motion of lifting and setting down. The man hears it faintly, It blends into the background of his own work. The sun lowers further. The shadows stretch longer now. They extend across the ground in soft lines, reaching away from the feet of the workers. The heat continues to ease, not disappearing, just softening. The man feels it in the air, in the way the warmth rests more lightly on his skin. Sweat still forms, but more slowly. The drops move gently. Some fall. Most remain. He continues. Pull. Breathe. Step. The stone moves forward. The ground beneath remains firm. The sand supports the movement. The rope stays steady in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. The path ahead begins to rise slightly. A gentle incline. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens again. The man feels it in his arms, in his legs, in the quiet pull that runs through him. Still, the rhythm does not change. It adjusts, but it continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows slightly. The sound deepens. A low, steady scraping. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need for it. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension in the rope eases. The men straighten. The movement becomes smoother once more. The stone glides forward. The sound softens. Even, unbroken. The light continues to change. The golden tone deepens. It touches the edges of the stones. It rests on the ground. It fills the air with a soft warmth. The man blinks slowly. His eyes remain calm. The day is moving forward, but it does not feel like it is ending. It simply continues in a different shade. The stone approaches its resting place, a flat, prepared area among many others. The ground is firm, even, ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A quiet pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness is shared. Calm, gentle. Then, as always, the work shifts again. Some men step away. Others move forward. New tasks form without words. The man turns. He begins to walk once more across the ground. The air feels softer now. The light feels warmer. The shadows stretch long and quiet. The pyramid stands nearby. Its shape is touched by the golden light. Each layer of stone reflects it gently, but does not shine. It simply holds the light as it holds everything else. Steady, unmoving. The man looks at it only briefly. Then his gaze returns to the ground ahead. He walks toward another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find the rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar, unchanged. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull, breathe, step, and the slow, quiet rhythm of the late afternoon continues, carrying the day gently toward its soft and distant evening. The light begins to soften in a deeper way now. The sun moves lower across the sky, though it does so slowly, almost without being seen. Its brightness is no longer sharp. It spreads gently across the land, turning the color of the sand and stone into something warmer, something quieter. The man continues his work. His hands rest on the rope, fingers closing around the familiar fibers. The feeling remains the same. Rough, steady, known. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm carries on without change. The stone slides forward across the ground, leaving behind faint marks that will soon fade. The damp sand beneath it has begun to dry in places, returning slowly to its lighter color. The man steps forward. His movements are calm, measured, even. There is no rush in him, no need for it. The air has changed slightly. It feels softer now. The heat has eased, though it has not disappeared. It rests more lightly on the skin, like a gentle presence rather than a steady weight. A breeze moves across the open space. It is faint, barely noticeable, but it touches the man's arms and face with a quiet coolness. Then it passes. The air settles again. The sound of the work continue. Soft scraping, low footsteps, distant voices that rise and fall quickly. Everything blends together. Nothing stands apart. The man's breathing remains slow. In, out. His chest rises and falls in time with his steps. The stone moves forward, always slowly. The path ahead is straight for now. The ground remains even. The rope stays firm in his hands. Time continues to pass in a quiet flow. The sun lowers further. The light becomes deeper, more golden. It stretches across the land in long, soft lines. Shadows grow longer. They reach out across the sand, thin and gentle. The man does not focus on them. He continues. Pull. Breathe. Step. Nearby, a group of men begin to gather tools. Their movements are unhurried, careful. Each tool is lifted and carried away slowly. There is no sudden end to the work, only a gradual shift. The man notices this without thinking about it. His own work continues. The stone approaches a small turn. A man ahead raises his hand, a quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens slightly. The stone comes to a gentle stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause feels longer now, not because it is longer, but because the day has begun to slow. Everything feels softer, more extended. The signal comes again. The men adjust. A slight turn, a small step. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. The man follows. His feet adjust naturally. His body shifts. The rhythm returns. Pull, breathe, step. The light continues to change. The golden tone deepens further. It touches the edges of the stones, the ground, the workers themselves. Everything seems quieter in this light, more still, more at rest, even as the work continues. The man's movements remain the same, steady, even, unbroken. The stone moves forward. The ground beneath remains firm. The sand supports the movement. The rope stays steady in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. The path ahead begins to rise slightly. A gentle incline. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens again. The man feels it in his arms, in his legs, in the steady pull that runs through him. Still, the rhythm does not change. It adjusts, but it continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows slightly. The sound deepens. A low, steady scraping. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need for it. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension in the rope eases. The men straighten. The movement becomes smoother once more. The stone glides forward. The sound softens again. Even, unbroken. The sun lowers closer to the horizon. Its light becomes softer still. The brightness fades into a calm glow. The sky begins to change color. Pale gold, soft orange, hints of deeper tones that slowly spread outward. The man blinks slowly. His eyes remain calm. The day is moving toward its end, but it does not feel like an ending. It feels like a gentle fading, a slow quieting. The stone approaches its resting place, a flat, prepared area among many others. The ground is firm, even, ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A quiet pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness is deeper now, more noticeable. The work has not ended, but it has softened. Some men begin to step away. Others gather tools. The movement across the site becomes slower, less focused, more relaxed. The man turns. He begins to walk once more across the ground. His steps are steady. The air feels cooler now, just slightly. The warmth of the day is beginning to fade. The light continues to soften. The shadows stretch long and thin. The pyramid stands nearby. Its shape is touched by the fading light. Each layer of stone holds the glow gently. It does not shine. It simply rests within the light. Steady, unmoving. The man looks at it for a brief moment. Then his gaze returns to the ground ahead. He walks toward another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. The work is not fully done. Not yet. He bends. His hands find the rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar. Unchanged. The group gathers. More slowly now. More quietly. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull. Breathe. Step. And the slow, fading rhythm of the late afternoon continues, gently carrying the day toward its calm and quiet evening. Evening arrives without a clear moment of arrival. It does not announce itself. It simply grows slowly, like a quiet change in the air that no one names out loud. The sun is now low, very low. Its light stretches long across the land, soft and golden, thinning as it reaches farther distances. The heat of the day has eased. leaving behind a gentler warmth that rests on the skin rather than pressing against it. The man continues his work, but something has shifted, not in the task itself, not in the stone, not in the rope, only in the feeling of the day. Everything moves more slowly now, more softly. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues, but it feels quieter, as if the world itself is lowering its voice. The stone slides forward across the ground with the same steady sound, but even that sound seems less sharp now. It blends into the fading light, into the long shadows that stretch across the sand. The man steps forward. His movements remain steady, but there is a slight ease in them now. Not tiredness, just a natural softening, like the body and the day agreeing to slow together. The air feels different, cooler than before. Not cold, just less warm. A breeze returns again, longer this time. It moves through the open space gently, passing over the workers, across the stones, across the quiet paths they have been shaping all day. It carries the faint scent of dust and river air. Then it fades and returns again. The man feels it on his face. He does not react to it. He simply continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone moves forward, always forward. The path is familiar now, worn by repetition. The sand has been shaped by countless passes of weight and water, forming a quiet trail that guides the movement almost naturally. The man's hands remain firm on the rope, but his grip is less tense now, softer. The group moves together with a slower rhythm. Not broken, just eased, like the entire work has begun to exhale. The sun lowers further. Now it is close to the horizon. Its light becomes deeper in color. Warm amber, soft orange. Long shadows stretch across the ground, joining together in wide patterns that shift slowly as the men move. The man does not look at them for long. He keeps his attention close. On the rope, on the ground, on the next step. Pull, breathe, step. The stone approaches a final path for the day. A wide, prepared stretch of ground where many stones already rest. Each one placed earlier. Each one part of the same quiet process. The man notices them only briefly as he passes. They sit still, silent, like the work itself has paused in them. The group slows again. The rope loosens slightly. The stone comes to a gradual stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause feels longer now, not because anything has changed in time, but because the world feels quieter, more still. The signal comes softly. A final adjustment, a small movement. The rope tightens once more. The stone shifts forward, only a little, just enough to settle into place. Then it stops. The sound it makes is faint, final. The man lets go of the rope. Slowly, his fingers open. The fibers fall gently against the ground. He remains standing for a moment, breathing. Around him, the others do the same. There is no sound of completion, no announcement, only the natural settling of the day's work. The man looks briefly at the stone. It rests among others. Still, quiet, part of something larger, though that thought does not form clearly in his mind, is simply there, like everything else. He turns away, slowly. The site is quieter now. Many men are already moving away from their places. Tools are gathered. Ropes are coiled. Movements are unhurried. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is forced. The man begins to walk. His steps are lighter now, not because the ground has changed, but because the day has softened. The air is cooler. The light is fading. The sky is turning deeper in color. Soft reds and fading golds blend across the horizon. The pyramid stands nearby. Its shape is darkening now against the evening sky. It no longer reflects the strong light of the day. Instead, it becomes part of the silhouette of the land. Still, steady, unchanging. The man looks at it briefly as he passes, then continues walking. There is no need to stay longer. No need to think. The work has ended for now, or perhaps only paused. He walks away from the stone fields, away from the ropes, away from the slow repetition of the day. The ground beneath him is quieter here, less marked by movement, more still. Other workers walk beside him, some slightly ahead, some slightly behind. No one speaks much. The silence is natural, comfortable. The air continues to cool gently. The breeze returns in longer, softer waves. It moves through the evening space without resistance. The man breathes it in. Slowly. The day is not gone yet, but it is leaving. Not suddenly, just gradually. Like everything here, the river can be felt again in the distance. Not seen, but present. A quiet reminder of water, of movement, of something always flowing beyond the stillness of stone. The man continues walking. His steps remain even. His body feels steady, not heavy, not light, just present. The sky deepens. The colors fade into softer tones. The first faint signs of night begin to appear, though still distant. The man does not look up for long. He simply walks, with the others, through the quiet evening air, away from the work, toward rest, and the world, once filled with steady pulling and slow movement, begins to soften into silence, carrying the long day gently into the calm that follows. The evening deepens slowly. There is no clear line where the day ends and the night begins. The light simply fades one shade at a time until the land is covered in softer tones. The sky above loses its warm colors and turns into a quiet blue that grows darker with each passing moment. The man continues walking. His steps are steady, unhurried as they have been all day. The ground beneath him feels cooler now. The heat that once rested there has begun to fade, leaving behind a gentle, lingering warmth. Around him, the other workers move in the same quiet way. Some walk close together. Some leave small spaces between themselves and others. No one rushes. No one lingers too long. The movement is natural, like a slow current guiding them all in the same direction. The sound of the work site fade behind them. The scraping of stone, the soft rhythm of pulling, the low voices. All of it becomes distant, then disappears. In its place, a different quiet begins to settle. The sound of footsteps on sand. The faint whisper of fabric shifting with movement. The occasional breath that rises a little deeper after a long day. Nothing more. The man does not speak. He does not need to. The silence feels complete on its own. The air carries a soft coolness now. A light breeze moves across the land, steady and calm. It brushes against his skin, lifting the edges of his clothing slightly before settling again. He breathes it in, slowly. The scent of the river is faint but present, a gentle reminder of water somewhere beyond sight. The path becomes more familiar as they move away from the worksite. The ground shows fewer marks here, fewer lines from sledges, fewer footprints layered over one another. It feels quieter, more still. The man's body begins to feel different now, not tired in a sharp way, just softened. The steady work of the day has settled into him, like a quiet weight that no longer asks for attention. His arms hang more loosely at his sides. His hands no longer grip anything. They rest, open, calm. The sky darkens further. The first faint stars begin to appear, small points of light scattered across the deepening blue. They do not shine brightly yet. They simply exist, quiet and distant. The man does not look at them for long. His gaze remains forward, on the path, on the ground. The camp comes into view slowly. It does not appear all at once. Shapes begin to form in the dim light. Low structures made from simple materials. Small fires beginning to glow. Soft flickers of light that move gently in the evening air. The man continues toward them. Other workers begin to spread out slightly, each moving toward a familiar place. A place that does not change much from one day to the next. The man reaches the edge of the camp. He slows his steps, not because he must, but because the movement of the day is coming to rest. He walks to a small open space. It is simple, a place he has returned to many times. A woven mat rests there, a few small items placed nearby. Nothing more is needed. He lowers himself down, slowly, carefully. His body meets the ground with a quiet ease. He sits first, then adjusts his position slightly. The earth beneath him feels cool, firm, steady. Around him, others do the same. Some sit, some lie down, some move quietly between the small fires, tending to simple tasks. The flames flicker gently. Their light moves softly across the ground, creating small, shifting patterns. The man reaches for a piece of bread. It is the same as before. Flat, dry, simple. He eats slowly. There is no hurry. Each bite is small, measured. The taste is familiar, unchanged. A small container of water rests nearby. He lifts it, drinks. The water is cool now, cooler than it was during the day. It moves through him gently. He sets the container back down. The evening settles further. The sky grows darker. More stars appear. The air cools a little more. The breeze continues, soft and steady. The man remains seated for a while. He does not speak. He does not think of the work in detail. It has already begun to fade into the background, like the light of the day itself. The sound of the camp are quiet. Low voices, soft movements. The gentle crackle of small fires. Nothing rises above the rest. Everything remains calm. After some time, the man lies back. His body lowers slowly onto the woven mat. The fibers feel familiar beneath him. Rough but known. comfortable in their own simple way. He adjusts slightly, finds a position that feels natural. His arms rest at his sides or across his chest. His legs settle. The sky above is now deep and full. Stars spread across it, quiet and endless. The man looks upward for a brief moment. Then his eyes begin to close. Slowly, there is no sudden drop into sleep, only a gradual softening. His breathing becomes slower, deeper, more even. In, out. The sounds of the camp continue, but they feel distant now. The breeze moves gently across his face. The night air cool and calm. The work of the day is gone, not forgotten, just resting, waiting quietly for tomorrow. The man's body grows still, his breathing steady. The night settles fully around him, and the long, quiet rhythm of the day fades into the calm silence of sleep. The night rests gently over the land. There is no movement in it that asks to be noticed. It settles slowly, like a soft covering placed over everything that was busy just hours before. The work site, the paths, the stones, and the quiet camp all lie beneath the same calm darkness. The man sleeps. His breathing is slow and even. In, out. His chest rises and falls without effort. The woven mat beneath him holds his weight steadily. The ground below remains firm, unchanged, as it has always been. Around him, others sleep as well. Some lie on their backs, some on their sides, each body still, each breath moving in its own quiet rhythm. The small fires burn low. Their flames have softened into faint glows, casting only the slightest light. Occasionally, a piece of wood shifts and a small sound rises, then fades again into the stillness. The air is cool, not cold, just calm. A light breeze moves through the camp, gentle and unbroken. It brushes across faces, across fabric, across the ground itself, carrying with it the faint scent of the river and the distant fields. The man does not wake. His sleep is steady. There are no sudden movements, no interruptions, only rest. The night continues. The stars above remain fixed in their quiet places. They do not rush across the sky. They simply hold their positions, slowly shifting in ways too subtle to notice. Time passes without being counted, without being marked. It moves in the same quiet way as everything else here. A soft sound comes from somewhere nearby. Perhaps a man turning slightly in his sleep. Perhaps a piece of cloth shifting against the ground. It rises gently, then disappears. The silence returns, unbroken. The man's breathing continues. In, out. His body rests fully now. The effort of the day has settled into stillness. His hands, once wrapped tightly around rope, now lie open and relaxed. His arms rest easily at his sides. There is no tension, no effort, only quiet. The night deepens. The air cools just a little more. The breeze continues its slow movement, passing over the land in a steady, gentle flow. The camp remains calm. The small fires grow dimmer. Their light fades gradually until only faint embers remain. The darkness becomes softer more complete. Still, it is not heavy. It is light in its own way. Open, peaceful. The man shifts slightly. A small movement, then stillness again. His breathing remains steady. In, out. Somewhere far off, a faint sound drifts through the night. It could be water moving along the river, or a distant animal calling once before falling silent. The sound does not disturb the stillness. It becomes part of it, then fades. The hours pass quietly. No one marks them. No one counts them. The night simply continues. Slowly, gently, at some point, the darkness begins to change. Not suddenly, not in a way that can be seen all at once, but gradually, the sky lightens just a little at the edge of the horizon. A faint gray begins to replace the deeper blue. The stars remain, but they begin to soften. Their light becomes less clear. The man still sleeps. His breathing remains calm. The air shifts slightly. A hint of the coming morning moves through it. Cool, fresh. The breeze changes direction, just enough to be noticed if one were awake. The camp remains quiet, most still sleeping. The fire's now nearly gone. Only small traces of warmth left behind. The light grows slowly. The gray deepens, then softens. A faint line of pale color appears along the horizon. The beginning of another day. The man's body begins to stir, not fully awake, just a slight awareness returning. His fingers move gently. His shoulders shift. His breathing changes just a little. The world around him begins to wake in the same quiet way. A bird calls once in the distance. Soft, clear, then silence again. Another small sound follows. A movement of fabric. A quiet breath from someone nearby. The man opens his eyes slowly. The light is still dim. The shapes around him are soft and unclear. He does not sit up right away. He remains still for a moment, feeling the ground beneath him, the coolness of the air, the calm of the early morning. His breath continues. In, out. Then, slowly he sits up. The movement is gentle, unhurried. The woven mat shifts slightly beneath him. He looks around. Others are beginning to wake as well. Some still lying still. Some sitting up quietly. No one speaks loudly. The silence of the night has not fully left yet. It lingers in the air. The sky continues to brighten. The faint gray becomes softer. Hints of light begin to spread. The shapes of the camp become clearer. The man rubs his eyes gently. His hands move slowly. His body feels rested. Not new, not changed, just ready to begin again. He stands, adjusts the cloth around his body. The air feels cool against his skin. The day has not yet warmed. A small piece of bread is taken. A drink of water. The same simple start. The same quiet routine. Around him, the camp continues to wake. Slowly, without rush, the man looks toward the distance, toward where the stones wait, toward where the work will begin again. He does not think of it as something heavy or something difficult. It is simply what comes next. He begins to walk. The ground beneath his feet feels cool again. The air carries the scent of the river. The sky grows brighter with each step. And just as before, without any sudden change, the quiet rhythm of another day begins to form. The new day begins in the same quiet way as the one before. There is no sudden change, no sharp beginning, only the gradual return of light across the land. The sky softens from gray into pale blue. A thin line of gold appears again along the horizon, spreading slowly, touching the edges of everything with a gentle glow. The man walks with the others. Their steps are calm, unhurried. The ground beneath their feet feels cool again, holding the memory of the night. Each step presses lightly into the sand, leaving marks that will fade as the day continues. The river rests somewhere beyond sight. Its presence is felt in the air, a faint coolness, a quiet scent. The man breathes it in, slowly. Around him, the camp fades behind them. The low structures, the quiet fires now gone to ash, the soft movements of waking bodies. All of it becomes distant as they move forward. Ahead, the work site begins to take shape again. At first, it is only a darker outline against the brightening sky. Then, slowly, the stones return. The wide ground, the familiar paths, and the rising form of the pyramid, steady and unchanged. The man does not pause. He continues walking. His body moves easily. There is no resistance, only the simple return to movement. The sun begins to rise. Its light spreads across the land, soft at first, then slowly growing. The air remains cool for now, a gentle moment before the warmth returns. The man reaches the work site. Others are already there, some standing quietly, some preparing tools, some walking slowly across the ground, as if finding their places again. There is no loud beginning, no call that breaks the silence. The work begins just as the day does. Gradually, the man approaches a rope. It lies coiled on the ground, waiting. He bends slightly. His hands reach down. They take hold of the fibers. The feeling is the same. Rough, familiar, unchanged. He wraps the rope loosely around his hands. Not tightly, just enough. The group gathers. They take their places along the rope. There is no need to speak. Each man knows where to stand. The stone rests ahead, quiet, still, waiting. The path before it has been prepared. The sand is slightly darker where it has been dampened. Everything is ready. The man stands still for a moment. His breathing is calm. In, out. The light grows. The sun rises further. Then, without urgency, the rope tightens. The work begins again. Pull, breathe, step. The stone shifts. Just a little at first, then a little more. The sound returns. A low, steady scraping across the ground. Familiar, even. The man leans forward. His weight moves into the rope. His body follows the motion. His steps fall into rhythm with the others. Pull, breathe, step. The pattern settles quickly, as if it had never stopped. The ground beneath him is still cool, but it will not remain that way for long. The sun continues to rise. Its warmth begins to return. Slowly, gently. The man does not think of the day ahead. He does not think of how long it will be. He stays here, in this moment, in this movement. The stone moves forward. The damp sand beneath it darkens, then lightens again as it passes. Each small distance adds to the whole. But no single movement feels large. Only steady, only calm. Nearby, other groups begin their work. The same motions, the same quiet rhythm. The entire space fills again with the soft sounds of effort. Footsteps, scraping stone, low voices that rise briefly, then fade. Nothing stands out. Everything blends together. The man's breathing remains slow. In, out. His hands hold the rope without strain. His body moves without hesitation. Everything continues as it has before. The sun rises higher. The light becomes clearer. The shadows shorten. The coolness of the morning begins to fade. The warmth returns. Gradually, the man feels it on his skin. A gentle presence. Not heavy, just there. A breeze moves across the land. Soft and brief. It carries the scent of the river again. Then it passes. The air settles. The work continues. Pull. Breathe. Step. The stone approaches a slight rise. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens slightly. The man feels it. In his arms. In his legs. In the steady pull through his body. But the rhythm does not change. It continues. Pull. Breathe. Step. The stone climbs the rise. Slowly, always slowly, the sound deepens. A low, steady scraping. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need for it. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother. The stone glides forward. The sound softens again. Even, unbroken, the sun continues its climb. The day begins to settle into its familiar pattern once more. The man does not notice the repetition as something new. It is simply the way things are. The stone moves. The rope holds. The ground supports. The body works. The breath continues. In, out. Time passes quietly, without being counted, without being marked. The man remains within the rhythm, within the calm, within the slow, steady movement of the day. And once again, as the light grows stronger and the warmth returns, the quiet work of the pyramid begins to fill the hours ahead, just as it always has. The morning continues to open slowly. The sun rises higher, though it does so without urgency. Its light spreads evenly across the land, filling every space with a soft clarity. The coolness of the early hours begins to fade, replaced by a gentle warmth that settles quietly on the ground and on the bodies of the workers. The man keeps his place along the rope. His hands hold it with the same steady grip. The fibers press into his skin, familiar and unchanged. There is no discomfort in the feeling now, only recognition. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues. The stone moves forward, sliding across the prepared path. The damp sand beneath it darkens slightly under its weight, then begins to lighten again once it has passed. The man steps forward. His movement is even, measured. Nothing asks for more. Nothing asks for less. Around him, the work site fills with the same quiet sounds as before. Soft scraping, low footsteps, The faint murmur of voices that never rise too far above the rest. Everything blends together. The world here feels contained. Simple, calm. The man's breathing remains steady. In, out. He does not look far ahead. He does not look back. He remains here, in the movement, in the rhythm. The sun climbs further. The light grows stronger. Shadows shorten beneath the worker's feet. The air begins to warm more fully. Still, the change is gradual. Nothing shifts suddenly. A man walks ahead of the group, pouring water onto the sand. The darker path stretches forward, prepared, waiting. The man notices the slight coolness beneath his feet as he steps onto it. Then the feeling passes. The work continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone moves. Slowly, always slowly. A faint breeze moves through the space. It brushes against the man's arms, across his face. It carries a quiet coolness that lingers only for a moment. Then it fades. The air becomes still again. The man's shoulders rise and fall gently with his breath. There is no strain, only presence, a steady awareness of the body in motion. The stone approaches a small turn. A man at the front raises his hand. The signal is simple. The group slows. The rope loosens slightly. The stone comes to a gradual stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause settles quietly. No one speaks. The air remains warm and still. The sun continues its climb. The moment stretches gently. Then the signal comes again. The men adjust their positions. A small step, a slight shift. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows a gentle curve. The man follows without thought. His feet adjust naturally. His body aligns with the new direction. The rhythm continues. Pull, breathe, step. Nearby, another group lifts smaller stones into place. Their movements are slow and careful. Each stone is set down gently. No sudden sounds, no sharp motions, only quiet placement. The man hears them faintly. Then the sound blends into the background. The sun rises higher. The warmth deepens. It rests more fully on the skin now. Sweat begins to form again along the man's neck and arms. Small drops gather. They move slowly. Some fall. Some remain. The man does not pause. He continues. The stone moves forward. The ground beneath remains firm. The rope stays steady in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. The path ahead rises slightly. A gentle incline. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens. The man feels it in his legs, in his arms, in the quiet pull that moves through him. Still, the rhythm does not break. It adjusts, but it continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows slightly. The sound deepens. A low, steady scraping. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need for it. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother once more. The stone glides forward. The sound softens again. Even, unbroken. The light grows stronger. The sky becomes clear and open. The day settles into its full form. The man continues, unchanged, steady, calm. The stone approaches its resting place, a flat, prepared area among many others. The ground is firm, even, ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A small pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness is brief, but complete. Then, as always, the work begins again. Some men step away. Others move forward. New tasks form without words. The man turns. He walks across the warming ground. His steps remain steady. The air is calm. The sun continues its rise. The pyramid stands nearby, its shape clear in the growing light. Layer upon layer of stone, unmoving, steady. The man does not look at it for long. He has seen it before. He will see it again. It is simply part of the world around him. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find a rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar, unchanged. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull, breathe, step. And once again, the calm and steady rhythm of the day continues, filling the hours quietly, just as it always does. The day settles more deeply into its rhythm. The sun has climbed higher now, resting in the wide, open sky with quiet certainty. Its light is steady and clear, touching the ground, the stones, and the workers without interruption. The warmth has returned fully, though it still feels gentle, not yet heavy. The man stands along the rope once more. His hands close around it as they always do. The rough fibers press into his skin, but the feeling no longer stands out. It has become part of the motion, part of the day itself. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues. The stone begins to move again, sliding slowly across the dampened sand. The ground ahead has been prepared carefully, darkened in a thin path where water has been spread. The man steps forward. His body follows the movement naturally. There is no hesitation, no pause. Everything flows as it has before. Around him, the quiet sounds of the work fill the air again. The low scrape of stone against sand. The soft rhythm of footsteps. A faint voice now and then, never rising too high. All of it blends together into a calm, steady presence. The man's breathing remains slow. In, out. His chest rises and falls evenly. There is no strain, only the quiet continuation of effort. The sun's warmth settles more clearly on his skin. It rests across his shoulders, along his back, across his arms. It is not sharp. It is not pressed too hard. It is simply there, a constant presence. A thin line of sweat forms along his neck. It moves slowly. A drop follows its path, then disappears into the cloth he wears. The man does not notice it for long. His focus remains close. On the rope, on the ground, on the next step. Pull, breathe, step. The stone moves forward. Always slowly. The path ahead remains even. The movement is steady. The rope stays firm in his hands. Time passes quietly, without clear moments, without interruption. The sun continues its climb, though it is difficult to notice now. It seems to hold its place, unmoving, as if the day has paused in its upward motion. A faint breeze moves across the work site. It is light, barely there. It brushes against the man's face, then fades. The air becomes still again. The man continues. His steps remain even, his posture steady. Everything continues as it has been. The stone approaches a slight rise in the ground. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust to the incline. The effort deepens slightly. The man feels it in his legs, in his arms, in the quiet pull that runs through his body. Still, the rhythm does not change. It continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows. The sound deepens slightly. A low, steady scraping. The man's breathing remains calm. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need for it. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension in the rope eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother. The stone glides forward once more. The sound softens. Even, unbroken. The light remains strong. The sky is clear. The day feels fully present now. The man does not think about how long it has been. He does not think about how long it will continue. He remains within the rhythm, within the calm repetition. Nearby, another group pauses briefly. They stand in the shade of a low structure. Their bodies rest. Their breathing slows. The man notices them only for a moment. Then his attention returns to the rope. The stone continues to move. Slowly, always slowly. The ground ahead begins to curve slightly. A gentle turn. The man at the front raises his hand. A quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone comes to a soft stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause settles. Calm, unbroken. The air remains warm. The light steady. Then the signal comes again. The men shift their positions. A small step to the side. A slight turn of the body. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows the curve. The man follows without thought. His feet adjust. His body aligns. The rhythm continues. Pull, breathe, step. The movement remains steady. The pace unchanged. The sound of the stone continues. Soft, even, blending into the quiet world around it. The sun remains high. The warmth continues. The air stays still. Everything holds its place. The stone approaches its resting area, a flat space among many others. The ground is firm, prepared, ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A small pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one rushes away. The stillness is brief but complete. Then the work begins again. Some step away. Some move forward. The quiet exchange of tasks continues. The man turns. He walks across the warm ground. His steps steady. The air calm. The sun high above. The pyramid stands nearby. Its shape clear, unmoving, layer upon layer of stone. The man looks at it only briefly. Then his gaze returns to the ground ahead. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find the rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar, unchanged. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull, breathe, step, and once more, without interruption, without change, the slow and steady rhythm of the day continues, carrying the quiet work forward through the long, calm hours. The day continues without interruption. The sun holds its place high above, steady and quiet. Its light remains clear, filling the space between stone and sand with a calm brightness. The warmth has deepened now, settling fully into the ground and into the bodies of the workers. The man stands along the rope once again. His hands close around it in the same familiar way. The fibers press into his skin, rough and steady, but no longer something he notices as separate. It has become part of the rhythm, part of the motion that carries the day forward. Pull, breathe, step. The pattern continues. The stone begins to move. Slowly, always slowly, it slides across the prepared path, leaving behind a faint trail in the sand that will soon fade. The dampness beneath it helps guide its movement, though the effort remains steady and real. The man steps forward. His body leans slightly into the rope. His feet press into the warm ground. His breathing remains calm. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need. The sounds of the work surround him again. Soft scraping, low footsteps, a distant murmur that rises and fades. Nothing breaks the quiet. Everything blends together. The air feels warmer now. The earlier softness has settled into a steady heat. It is not overwhelming, but it is present. The man feels it across his shoulders, along his back, across his arms. Sweat gathers more quickly now. Small drops form and move slowly across his skin. Some fall to the ground. Some remain. He does not pause. He continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone moves forward. The ground ahead remains even. The rope stays firm in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. Time passes quietly. The sun does not seem to move, though it slowly does. The light remains constant. The shadows remain short. The day feels long but not heavy, just steady. A man walks ahead again, pouring water onto the sand. The darker path stretches forward, prepared, waiting. The man steps onto it. He feels the slight coolness beneath his feet. Then it fades. The movement continues. Pull, breathe, step. Nearby, another group works with smaller stones. Their movements are slower, more careful. Each stone is lifted and placed with quiet precision. The man hears the soft sounds of their work. Then they blend into the background. The stone approaches a gentle rise. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens slightly. The man feels in his legs, in his arms, in a steady pull that runs through him. Still, the rhythm does not break. It continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows. The sound deepens. A low, steady scraping. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother. The stone glides forward once more. The sound softens again, even, unbroken. The air remains still, the warmth steady, the light unchanged. Everything holds its place. The man continues, his hands steady, his steps even, his breath calm. The stone moves forward, slowly, always slowly. The path ahead begins to curve slightly. A gentle turn. The man at the front raises his hand. A quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone comes to a gentle stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause settles. Calm. Still. The air does not move. The light remains bright. The moment stretches softly. Then the signal comes again. The men adjust. A small shift. A slight step. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows the curve. The man follows without thought. His body adjusts naturally. The rhythm returns. Pull. Breathe. Step. The movement remains steady, unchanged. The sound continues. Soft, even. The sun remains high. The day continues. The stone approaches its resting place. A flat, prepared area among many others. The ground is firm, even, ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A small pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness is brief, but complete. Then, quietly, the work shifts again. Some men step away. Others move forward. The rhythm does not stop. It simply changes form. The man turns. He walks across the warm ground. His steps steady. The air still. The sun unmoving in the sky. The pyramid stands nearby. Layer upon layer of stone. Silent. Unchanging. The man glances at it briefly, then looks away. It is simply there, part of everything. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find the rope once more. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar, unchanged. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull, breathe, step, and the long, quiet rhythm of the day continues, steady and unbroken, carrying the work forward through the warm, endless hours. The day moves forward in the same quiet way. The sun remains high, resting above the wide land without change that can be easily seen. Its light continues to fill the space, touching stone and sand alike with a steady brightness. The warmth has settled deeply now, no longer new, no longer noticed in sharp ways. The man stands along the rope again. His hands close around it with the same gentle certainty. The fibers press into his skin, rough but familiar, like something that has always been there. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues. The stone begins to move forward once more. Slowly, always slowly. It slides across the prepared path, leaving behind a soft line in the sand. The damp ground beneath it holds the movement steady, guiding it without resistance, though the effort remains. The man steps forward. His body leans into the rope. His feet press into the warm earth. His breathing remains calm. In, out. Nothing changes. Nothing needs to. The sounds of the work remain the same. Soft scraping, low footsteps, the faint murmur of voices that drift in and out. Everything blends together. Nothing rises above the rest. The air is still, the warmth steady, the light unbroken. The man continues. Pull, breathe, step. Sweat forms along his skin more clearly now. It gathers along his neck, along his arms. Small drops move slowly, tracing quiet paths before falling to the ground. He does not stop. He does not adjust. He continues. The stone moves forward. The ground ahead remains even. The rope stays firm in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. Time passes without shape, without edges. The sun does not seem to move, though it slowly does. The day stretches long and calm. A man walks ahead again, pouring water onto the sand. The darker path forms. The stone follows it. The man steps onto it. The slight coolness beneath his feet is there for a moment. Then it fades. Pull, breathe, step. Nearby, another group works with careful motions. Lifting, placing, each action slow and controlled. The man hears it faintly. Then it becomes part of the background. The stone approaches a gentle rise. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens slightly. The man feels it in his arms, in his legs, in the steady pull that runs through him. Still, the rhythm does not break. It continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows. The sound deepens. A low, steady scraping. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother. The stone glides forward once more. The sound softens again, even, unbroken. The air remains still. The warmth continues. The light stays constant. Everything holds its place. The man continues. His hands steady. His steps even. His breath calm. The path ahead begins to turn slightly. A gentle curve. The man at the front raises his hand. A quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone comes to a soft stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause settles. Still, calm. The sun remains high. The air does not move. The moment stretches. Then the signal comes again. The men shift. A small step. A slight turn. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows the curve. The man follows without thought. His body adjusts naturally. The rhythm returns. Pull. Breathe. Step. The movement remains steady. Unchanged. The sound continues. Soft. Even. The stone approaches its resting place. A flat area among many others. The ground is firm. Prepared. Ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A small pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness is brief, but complete. Then the work shifts again. Quietly, naturally, the man turns. He walks across the warm ground. His steps steady, the air still, the sun above, the pyramid nearby, layer upon layer of stone, silent, unmoving. He glances at it briefly, then looks away. It remains as it has always been, part of everything. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find the rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar, unchanged. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull. Breathe. Step. And once again, the slow and endless rhythm of the day continues, steady and calm, carrying the work forward without interruption. The day continues in the same quiet pattern. The sun remains high, though it has begun, in ways too small to notice, to move slowly toward its later place in the sky. Its light is still bright, still steady, resting across the wide ground and the rising stone without interruption. The man stands with the rope again. His hands close around it, as they always do. The fibers press into his skin, rough and steady, but no longer something he thinks about. It is simply part of the motion. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues. The stone begins to move forward once more. Slowly, always slowly, it slides across the prepared path, leaving behind faint lines in the sand that will soon disappear. The damp ground beneath, it holds just enough moisture to guide its movement. The man steps forward. His body leans gently into the rope. His feet press into the warm earth. His breathing remains calm. In, out. The sounds around him remain unchanged. Soft scraping, low footsteps, the distant murmur of voices. Everything blends together. Nothing stands apart. The air is still, the warmth steady, the light unbroken. The man continues. Pull, breathe, step. Sweat gathers along his skin. More clearly now, the warmth of the day has settled fully. Drops form along his arms and neck. They move slowly. Some fall. Some remain. He does not pause. He continues. The stone moves forward. The ground ahead remains even. The rope stays firm in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. Time passes without shape. The sun does not seem to move. The day stretches long and quiet. A man walks ahead again, pouring water onto the sand. The darker path forms. The stone follows it. The man steps onto it. The slight coolness beneath his feet appears for a moment, then fades. Pull, breathe, step. Nearby, another group lifts and places smaller stones. Their movements are careful, slow, each motion controlled. The man hears their quiet work. Then it fades into the background. The stone approaches a gentle rise. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens slightly. The man feels it in his arms, in his legs, in the steady pull through his body. Still, the rhythm does not break. It continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows. The sound deepens. A low, steady scraping. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother. The stone glides forward once more. The sound softens again. Even, unbroken. The air remains still. The warmth continues. The light remains steady. Everything holds its place. The man continues. His hands steady. His steps even. His breath calm. The path ahead begins to turn slightly. A gentle curve. The man at the front raises his hand. A quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone comes to a gentle stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause settles. Still, calm. The sun remains high. The air does not move. The moment stretches. Then the signal comes again. The men shift. A small step. A slight turn. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows the curve. The man follows without thought. His body adjusts naturally. The rhythm returns. Pull, breathe, step. The movement remains steady, unchanged. The sound continues. Soft, even. The stone approaches its resting place. A flat, prepared space among many others. The ground is firm, ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A small pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness is brief, but complete. Then quietly the work shifts again. Some men step away. Others move forward. The rhythm continues in new forms. The man turns. He walks across the warm ground. His steps steady. The air still. The sun above. The pyramid nearby. Layer upon layer of stone. Silent. Unmoving. He glances at it briefly. Then looks away. It remains as it has always been. Part of everything. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find the rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar. Unchanged. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull, breathe, step. And once again, the long, quiet rhythm of the day continues, steady and unbroken, carrying the work forward through the warm and endless hours. The day moves forward, steady and unchanged. The sun, though still high, has begun its slow and quiet shift toward the west. The change is gentle, almost too soft to notice, but it is there. The light remains bright, yet it carries a slightly warmer tone now, touching the ground in a different way. The man stands with the rope again. His hands close around it, settling into the same familiar grip. The fibers press into his skin, rough and constant, like something that belongs there. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues. The stone begins to move forward once more. Slowly, always slowly, it slides across the prepared ground, leaving behind faint lines that fade almost as soon as they appear. The damp sand beneath it supports the movement, though the effort remains steady. The man steps forward. His body leans into the rope. His feet press into the warm earth. His breathing remains calm. In, out. The sounds around him remain the same. Soft scraping, low footsteps, a distant murmur that rises and falls gently. Everything blends together. Nothing breaks the quiet. The air feels warm, but softer than before. The earlier intensity has begun to ease. A faint breeze moves across the land. It is light, barely noticeable, but it touches the man's face for a moment before fading. He does not pause. He continues. Pull, breathe, step. Sweat still gathers along his skin, but it forms more slowly now. The warmth no longer presses as strongly. The drops move gently, some falling, some remaining. The man does not think about it. He remains within the movement. The stone moves forward. The ground ahead remains even. The rope stays firm in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. Time passes quietly. The sun lowers just a little more. The shadows begin to stretch again. Not long yet, but longer than before. The change is soft, gradual. A man walks ahead, pouring water onto the sand. The darker path forms once more. The stone follows it. The man steps onto it. The slight coolness beneath his feet appears briefly, then fades. Pull, breathe, step. Nearby, another group works in quiet coordination, lifting, placing, each movement careful, each action steady. The man hears them faintly. Then the sound blends into the background. The stone approaches a gentle rise. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens slightly. The man feels it in his arms, in his legs, in the steady pull that moves through him. Still, the rhythm does not break. It continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows. The sound deepens. A low, steady scraping. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother. The stone glides forward once more. The sound softens, even, unbroken. The air feels calmer now. The warmth continues to ease. The light becomes softer. The man continues. His hands steady. His steps even. His breath calm. The path ahead begins to turn slightly. A gentle curve. The man at the front raises his hand. A quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone comes to a gentle stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause settles. Still, calm. The sun lowers further. The shadows stretch longer. The air grows softer. The moment feels quieter. Then the signal comes again. The men shift. A small step. A slight turn. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows the curve. The man follows without thought. His body adjusts naturally. The rhythm returns. Pull, breathe, step. The movement remains steady, unchanged. The sound continues. Soft, even. The stone approaches its resting place. A flat, prepared area among many others. The ground is firm, ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A small pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness feels deeper now. The day has begun to soften. Then, quietly, the work shifts again. Some men step away. Others move forward. The rhythm continues in its gentle way. The man turns. He walks across the ground. His steps steady. The air calmer. The sun lower. The pyramid nearby. Its shape now touched by a softer light. Layer upon layer of stone. Silent. Unmoving. He glances at it briefly. Then looks away. It remains as it always has been. Part of everything. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find the rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar. Unchanged. The group gathers. More slowly now. More quietly. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull. Breathe. Step. And once again, as the light begins to soften and the day gently leans toward evening, the calm and steady rhythm continues, carrying the work forward in silence. The afternoon begins to soften in a quiet, almost unnoticeable way. The sun has moved lower now, though it still hangs above the land with a steady presence. Its light is no longer as sharp as it once was. It spreads more gently, turning warmer, touching the stones and sand with a softer glow. The man stands with the rope again. His hands close around it without thought. The fibers feel the same as they always have. Rough, steady, familiar. There is no need to adjust. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues. The stone begins to move once more. Slowly, always slowly, it slides across the ground, leaving behind faint marks that will soon disappear. The dampened sand beneath it has begun to dry in places, but it still holds enough softness to guide the movement. The man steps forward. His body leans into the rope. His feet press into the warm earth. His breathing remains calm. In, out. The air feels different now. Softer, less heavy. A light breeze moves through the work site, more present than before. It drifts across the land, brushing against the workers, lifting fine grains of sand before letting them fall again. The man feels it pass across his face. It lingers for a moment. Then it fades. He continues. Pull. Breathe. Step. The sounds around him remain steady. Soft scraping. Low footsteps. A distant murmur of voices that rise and fall. Everything blends together. Nothing stands apart. The stone moves forward. The path ahead remains clear. The rope stays firm in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. Time passes quietly. The sun lowers a little more. The shadows stretch longer now. They reach across the ground in soft lines, shifting slowly with each step the men take. The man does not follow them. He remains within the rhythm, within the movement. A man walks ahead, pouring water onto the sand. The darker path forms again. The stone follows it. The man steps onto it. The slight coolness beneath his feet returns briefly, then fades. Pull. Breathe. Step. Nearby, another group works with smaller stones. Their movements are slow, careful. Each stone is lifted and placed with quiet control. The man hears the faint sounds. Then they blend into the background. The stone approaches a gentle rise. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens slightly. The man feels it. In his arms. In his legs. In the steady pull that runs through him. Still, the rhythm does not change. It continues. Pull. Breathe. Step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows. The sound deepens. A low, steady scraping. The man's breathing remains even. In. Out. There is no rush. There is no need. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother. The stone glides forward once more. The sound softens. Even, unbroken, the air continues to soften. The warmth fades just a little more. The light becomes deeper, more golden. The man continues. His hands steady, his steps even, his breath calm. The path ahead begins to turn. A gentle curve. The man at the front raises his hand. A quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone comes to a gentle stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause settles. Still, calm. The breeze passes again, slightly cooler now. It moves across the ground and between the men, carrying the quiet scent of the river. Then it fades. The signal comes again. The men adjust. A small step. A slight turn. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows the curve. The man follows without thought. His body adjusts naturally. The rhythm returns. Pull. Breathe. Step. The movement remains steady, unchanged. The sound continues. Soft. Even. The stone approaches its resting place. A flat, prepared area among many others. The ground is firm. Ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A quiet pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness feels deeper now. The day is beginning to quiet. Then, as always, the work shifts again. Some men step away. Others move forward. The rhythm continues, though softer now. The man turns. He walks across the ground. His step steady. The air cooler. The sun lower. The pyramid stands nearby, its shape touched by the golden light of the late day. Layer upon layer of stone. Silent. Unmoving. He glances at it briefly, then looks away. It remains as it has always been. Part of everything. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find the rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar. Unchanged. The group gathers. More slowly now. More quietly. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull. Breathe. Step. And as the light continues to soften and the long day leans gently toward evening, the calm, steady rhythm carries on, guiding the final movements of the afternoon. The evening draws closer now, though it does so without urgency. The sun is lower than before, resting nearer to the edge of the sky. Its light has changed again. It is softer now, stretched wider across the land, turning everything into warmer tones that feel quiet and still. The man stands with the rope once more, his hands close around it in the same familiar way. The fibers feel unchanged, as they always do. Rough, steady, known. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues. The stone begins to move again. Slowly, always slowly. It slides across the ground with a steady sound, leaving behind faint impressions in the sand that fade almost as soon as they are made. The damp path beneath it has grown lighter in places, but still supports the weight. The man steps forward. His body leans gently into the rope. His feet press into the warm earth. His breathing remains calm. In, out. The air feels cooler now than it did earlier in the day. Not cold, just softened. A breeze moves through the work site again, a little stronger this time. It passes across the man, across the stone, across the open ground, carrying a faint sense of distance, of space beyond the work. The man feels it for a moment on his face. Then it is gone. He continues. Pull, breathe, step. The sounds of the work remain steady. Soft scraping, low footsteps, the quiet rhythm of many men moving together without words. Everything blends into one continuous presence. The stone moves forward. The path ahead remains familiar. The rope stays firm in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. The sun lowers further. The shadows stretch long across the ground now. They reach farther with each passing moment, touching places they did not reach earlier in the day. The man does not follow them. He remains within the movement. Within the rhythm, a man ahead pours water onto the sand again. The darker path forms. The stone follows it. The man steps onto it. A brief coolness touches his feet, then fades. Pull, breathe, step. Nearby, other groups continue their work, though some movements feel slower now. Less tight, more relaxed. The man hears the faint sound of stone being placed in the distance. Then it blends into the background again. The stone approaches a gentle rise. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens slightly. The man feels it in his arms, in his legs, in the steady pull that runs through him. Still, the rhythm does not change. It continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows. The sound deepens. A low, steady scrape that seems to carry further in the quieting air. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother. The stone glides forward once more. The sound softens. Even, unbroken. The air continues to cool slightly. The warmth of the day begins to release its hold. The light becomes deeper, more golden. The man continues. His hands steady, his steps even, his breath calm. The path ahead begins to curve gently. A final soft turn for this stretch. The man at the front raises his hand. A quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone comes to a gentle stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause settles. Still, calm. The sky continues to shift. The colors deepen slightly. The sun lowers further, nearing the horizon now. The air is quieter than before. Then the signal comes again. The men shift. A small step. A gentle adjustment. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows the curve. The man follows without thought. His body adjusts naturally. The rhythm returns. Pull, breathe, step. The movement remains steady, unchanged. The sound continues. Soft, even. The stone approaches its resting place. A flat, prepared space among many others. The ground is firm. Ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, quiet sound. The man's hands remain on the rope for a moment. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A quiet pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness feels longer now. The day is nearly complete. Then, quietly, the work shifts again. Some men step away. Others move forward. The rhythm continues in softer forms. The man turns. He walks across the ground. His step steady. The air cooler now. The sun low and distant. The pyramid stands nearby. Its shape darker against the fading light. Layer upon layer of stone. Silent. Unmoving. He looks at it briefly, then looks away. It remains as it always has been, part of everything. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find the rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar. Unchanged. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull. Breathe. Step. And as the light fades further and the evening begins to settle over the land, the steady rhythm continues, carrying the final movements of the day into the quiet approach of night. The evening is now fully present. The sun has lowered close to the edge of the world, its light thinning into long, quiet bands of gold and soft orange. Everything it touches feels calmer, as if the land itself is beginning to slow down with it. The man stands at the rope again, his hands close around it in the same familiar way. The fibers are warm from the day, worn by many hands, steady as always. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues. The stone begins to move once more. Slowly, always slowly. It slides across the ground with a deep, steady sound that feels softer now in the evening air. The sand beneath it is cooler than it was at midday, holding the last memory of heat without intensity. The man steps forward. His body leans into the rope. His feet press into the earth, which no longer feels hot, but gently warm. His breathing remains calm. In, out. The air has changed again. It carries a cooler edge now, though it is still gentle. A breeze moves more freely across the open space, passing through the workers, through the stone paths, through the wide, unfinished shape of the pyramid. The man feels it on his skin. It lingers a moment longer than before, then fades. He continues. Pull, breathe, step. The sounds of the work remain, but they feel quieter now. Not less in number, just softer in presence. The scraping of stone is less sharp. The footsteps feel more distant. Even the low voices seem to settle lower in the air. Everything blends into a calm evening rhythm. The stone moves forward. The path ahead is familiar. The rope remains steady in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. The sun lowers further. Now it rests just above the horizon, its shape less intense, its light spreading wide and thin across the land. Shadows grow longer still. They stretch across the sand in slow, quiet lines that shift with each movement of the workers. The man does not follow them. He remains within his task. Within the rhythm, a man ahead pours water again onto the ground. The darker path appears once more. The stone follows it. The man steps onto it. A brief coolness touches his feet, then fades. Pull, breathe, step. Nearby, the work continues in the same steady way. Some men move more slowly now. Others pause briefly between tasks, standing still for a moment before returning to motion. The man hears it faintly. Then it becomes part of the evening again. The stone approaches a gentle rise. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens slightly. The man feels it in his arms, in his legs, in the steady pull that connects them all. Still, the rhythm does not change. It continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows. The sound deepens. A low, steady scrape that seems the man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother. The stone glides forward once more. The sound softens. Even, unbroken. The air is cooler now. The warmth of the day has begun to release fully. The light grows deeper, more muted, more golden at the edges. The man continues, his hands steady, his steps even, his breath calm. The path ahead begins to curve gently. A final turn for this stretch of work. The man at the front raises his hand. A quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone comes to a gentle stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause settles again. Longer now. More complete. The sky continues to dim slowly. The sun rests at the edge of the horizon, its light fading but still present. The air is quiet. Then the signal comes again. The men shift. A small step. A final adjustment. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows the curve. The man follows without thought. His body adjusts naturally. The rhythm returns. Pull. Breathe. Step. The movement remains steady, unchanged. The sound continues. Soft. Even. The stone approaches its resting place. A flat, prepared area among many others. The ground is firm. Ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, final sound for this moment. The man's hands remain on the rope. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A long pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness feels deeper now. The day is nearly gone. Then, quietly, the work shifts again. Some men step away. Others move forward. But the pace is slower now, eased. Like the world itself is preparing to rest. The man turns. He walks across the ground, his step steady, the air cooler now. The sun almost gone. The pyramid stands nearby, its shape dark against the fading sky, layer upon layer of stone, silent. Unmoving, he looks at it briefly, then looks away. It remains as it always has been, part of everything. He reaches another place. Another rope lies waiting. Another stone rests quietly. He bends. His hands find the rope again. The fibers press into his skin. Familiar. Unchanged. The group gathers. The signal comes. The rope tightens. The stone begins to move. Pull. Breathe. Step. And as the last light of the day begins to fade and evening settles fully over the land, the calm rhythm continues, guiding the final, quiet motions into the approaching night. Evening now feels complete, as if the day has gently folded itself into a softer shape. The sun is no longer high. It rests low, close to the horizon, its light stretched thin and wide. Everything it touches carries a warm, fading glow, like the memory of brightness slowly letting go. The man stands with the rope again, his hands close around it as they always do. The fibers are slightly cooler now, no longer warmed by the full strength of the day. Pull, breathe, step. The rhythm continues. The stone begins to move once more. Slowly, always slowly. It slides across the ground with a softer sound now, as if the earth itself is quieter in the evening. The sand beneath it has cooled, holding only a gentle warmth left from the long day. The man steps forward. His body leans into the rope. His feet press into ground that no longer feels hot, but calm. His breathing remains steady. In, out. The air has shifted again. It is cooler now, more noticeable with each passing moment. A breeze moves more freely across the open land, carrying the faint scent of dust and river water, of stone and earth. It passes through the workers, through the unfinished shape of the pyramid, then fades. The man continues. Pull, breathe, step. The sounds around him are quieter than before. The scraping of stone is softer. The footsteps feel lighter. Even the distant voices are fewer now, spaced farther apart, as if the world itself is speaking less. Everything blends into a calm evening rhythm. The stone moves forward. The path ahead remains familiar. The rope stays steady in his hands. Everything continues as it has been. The sun lowers further. Now it rests just at the edge of the world. Its light is thin and golden, touching only the highest parts of stone and the longest edges of shadow. The sky begins to deepen, warm tones fading into cooler ones. The man does not look up. He remains within the movement, within the rhythm. A man ahead pours water again onto the sand. The darker path forms briefly. The stone follows it. The man steps onto it. A faint coolness touches his feet, then fades. Pull, breathe, step. Nearby, the work continues more slowly now. Some men pause between movements. Some stand still for a moment longer than before. The man hears it faintly. Then it blends into the quiet. The stone approaches a gentle rise. The rope tightens. The men lean forward. Their bodies adjust. The effort deepens slightly. The man feels it in his arms, in his legs, in the steady pull that connects them all. Still, the rhythm does not break. It continues. Pull, breathe, step. The stone climbs the rise. Its movement slows. The sound deepens. A low, steady scraping that feels heavier in the quiet evening air. The man's breathing remains even. In, out. There is no rush. There is no need. The slope ends. The ground levels again. The tension eases. The men straighten slightly. The movement becomes smoother. The stone glides forward once more. The sound softens. Even, unbroken. The air is cooler now. The warmth of the day has nearly gone. The light fades further, leaving a soft, dim glow across the land. The man continues, his hands steady, his steps even, his breath calm. The path ahead begins to curve gently. A final soft turn. The man at the front raises his hand. A quiet signal. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone comes to a gentle stop. The man stands, breathing. The pause settles deeply now. Long, quiet. The sky is darker. The sun is nearly gone. Only a soft band of light remains at the horizon. The air is still. Then the signal comes again. The men shift. A small step. A final adjustment. The rope tightens once more. The stone begins to move again. Now it follows the curve. The man follows without thought. His body adjusts naturally. The rhythm returns. Pull, breathe, step. The movement remains steady, unchanged. The sound continues. Soft, even. The stone approaches its resting place. A flat, prepared area among many others. The ground is firm. Ready. The group slows. The rope loosens. The stone settles gently into place. It comes to rest with a soft, final sound. The man's hands remain on the rope. Then he lets go. His fingers open slowly. The rope falls lightly against the ground. He stands still, breathing. A long, quiet pause surrounds him. The others do the same. No one speaks. No one moves quickly. The stillness feels deeper now. The day is nearly complete. Then, quietly, the work begins to shift away. Some men step back. Others walk slowly toward the camp. Movements are fewer now, slower. Like the world itself is settling. The man turns. He walks across the ground. His step steady. The air is cool now. The sun is gone. The pyramid stands in silhouette against the fading sky, layer upon layer of stone. Silent, unmoving. He looks at it briefly, then looks away. It remains as it always has been, part of everything. He continues walking toward the camp, where small fires begin to glow again, softly marking the return of night. Night arrives fully now, not as a sudden change, but as a quiet completion of what the evening began. The last trace of sunlight has disappeared beyond the horizon. In its place, a deep, steady darkness settles over the land. It is not heavy. It does not press down. It simply covers everything in stillness. The man walks toward the camp. His steps are slower now, not from effort, but from ease. The ground beneath him is cooler, holding no memory of the day's heat. Each step feels lighter, as if the earth itself has softened for rest. Around him, other workers move in the same way. Some walk alone, some in small groups. No one speaks loudly. No one needs to. The work of the day has ended, and the body understands this without instruction. Small fires glow again in the camp. Their light is gentle, not bright, just enough to mark space in the dark. The man approaches one of them. He lowers himself to the ground. Slowly, carefully. The woven mat beneath him feels familiar, as it always does at this hour. Its texture is simple, uneven, steady. He sits, then settles. The air is cool now, not cold enough to disturb, just cool enough to feel like rest is near. He breathes in, slowly, then out, in, out. Around him, the camp is quiet. Men sit in small groups. Some sit in silence, their bodies still after the long work. The firelight moves gently across their faces, creating soft patterns of light and shadow that shift without urgency. The man takes a piece of bread. Simple, dry, familiar. He eats slowly. There is no rush left in the day. Each bite is small, each movement unhurried. A container of water rests beside him. He lifts it, drinks. The water is cool. It moves through him gently, like a quiet easing of the day's weight. He sets it down again. The fire nearby shifts slightly as a small piece of wood settles into the embers. A soft glow brightens for a moment, then returns to stillness. The man sits quietly. His shoulders relax more now. His hands rest loosely in his lap. The sounds around him are few. Occasional movement, soft breathing, the faint crackle of fire. Nothing more. Above him, the sky is clear. The stars are visible again, scattered across the dark expanse. They do not feel distant in a sharp way. They feel still, present, like they have always been there, unchanged. The man looks up briefly, then lowers his gaze again. The night is calm. Time feels slower now, though it is not truly different. It simply no longer moves with effort. Around the camp, more fires are tended gently. Their light remains small, contained, steady. The man lies back slowly. His body meets the woven mat with ease. The ground beneath him is firm, familiar. He adjusts slightly, finds stillness. His arms rest. His legs settle. His breathing becomes deeper again. In, out. The sounds of the camp begin to fade into distance. Not disappearing, just softening. The firelight flickers across his face, warm against the cool air. His eyes begin to close. Not suddenly, not fully at once, but gradually, as if the night itself is guiding the moment. In, out. The day is gone now, not remembered in detail, just felt as something complete. The man's body becomes still. The fire nearby continues to glow quietly, holding its small circle of warmth against the wide night. The stars remain above, unmoving, patient. The man drifts into sleep without effort. The camp remains quiet around him, and the night continues, steady and soft, carrying everything into rest. The night continues in its quiet way, unchanged and steady. The fires in the camp have grown smaller now, their flames softened into low, glowing embers. They do not flicker much anymore. They simply hold warmth, like small, breathing points of light resting in the dark. The man sleeps. His body is still against the woven mat. His breathing is slow, even, in, out. Nothing interrupts it. Nothing disturbs it. Around him, the camp is deeply quiet. Other men sleep in the same calm stillness, their forms barely visible in the dim firelight. Some are turned on their sides. Some lie flat, all of them resting in the same simple way. The night air is cool, not sharp, just gentle. It moves through the camp in slow waves, passing over sleeping bodies, over stone and sand, over the quiet remains of the day's fires. Above, the sky is wide and dark. The stars remain scattered across it, steady and distant. They do not shift in any way that can be noticed. They simply exist, unchanged, holding their silent places. The man does not move. His sleep is deep now. There are no dreams that reach the surface of awareness. Only rest. Only stillness. The hours pass without marking themselves. No sound rises above the quiet for long. A small shift in the sand. A faint movement of cloth. A soft breath turning into another position. Then silence again. The night remains complete. The air grows a little cooler as time moves on. though it is gradual enough not to be felt in any strong way. It simply becomes part of the stillness. The embers in the fires dim further. Their glow fades into faint points of red and orange, barely visible now, like memories of light rather than light itself. The man's breathing remains steady. In, out. His body rests fully. No tension remains from the day. No movement is needed. Only quiet restoration. Somewhere in the distance, beyond the camp, the land is still. The pyramid site rests under the same night sky, its shape no longer active, no longer filled with movement. It stands in silence, like everything else, waiting for the next return of light. But here, there is no thought of it, only rest. The man turns slightly in his sleep. A small movement, then stillness again. The night continues, deep, soft, unbroken. The stars above remain unchanged, their presence constant across the sky. The darkness between them feels wide but not empty. It feels calm, the kind of calm that does not ask for attention. The man's breathing slows even further. In, out, in, out. Time passes without measure. There is no sense of beginning or ending within it. Only continuity, only stillness. The embers of the nearest fire fade almost completely now, leaving only a faint warmth in the ashes. The air remains cool and quiet. The camp rests as one. The man sleeps without awareness of anything beyond that rest. The night holds everything gently, and it continues to do so, steady and calm, until even time itself feels like it is pausing in place. The night does not change quickly. It moves in a way that is almost too gentle to notice, as if it prefers not to disturb anything it covers. The land remains still beneath the wide sky, and the camp rests within that stillness like something carefully placed and left undisturbed. The man continues to sleep. His breathing remains steady, slow, even, in, out. There is no tension in his body now, no memory of effort in his muscles, only quiet rest, as if the day has been folded away and set aside. Around him, the camp remains quiet. The other workers sleep in the same calm way, their forms barely outlined by the last faint glow of dying embers. No one moves with intention. No one speaks. The night holds them all in the same gentle pause. The air is cool, not harsh, just steady and soft against the skin. It moves slowly through the camp, passing over sleeping figures, over woven mats, over the quiet ground that has carried the weight of the day. Above, the sky remains full and dark. The stars continue their silent presence, scattered without pattern that changes from moment to moment. They do not rush. They do not shift in ways that call attention. They simply remain. The man turns slightly again in his sleep. A small movement. Then stillness returns. The fire closest to him has nearly gone out now. Only a faint red glow remains in the ashes, barely visible unless one is close enough to see it. It gives no warmth now that can be felt from a distance, only memory of warmth. The night continues, slowly, quietly, without interruption. Time passes in a way that feels like it has no weight. No urgency, no direction. The man's breathing remains calm. In, out, in, out. His sleep deepens further, as if the world around him has grown softer and more distant. There is nothing to hold his attention, nothing to draw him back, only rest. The camp remains unchanged, still, quiet. Other men shift slightly in their sleep, but even those movements are small enough to fade quickly back into silence. The wind moves once more across the open land outside the camp. A gentle passage. It carries coolness, but not discomfort. It moves through stone and sand, through the quiet structures and the open spaces, until it fades again into still air. The pyramid site remains far away in the dark, unlit, unmoving. Its presence is still there, but it does not call attention in the night. It simply exists, like everything else that has finished its work for the day. The man does not think of it. He does not think of anything. His body rests fully. His breathing continues. Soft, even. The night stretches on. There is no change in its pace, no shift in its tone, only a deep, steady calm that holds everything within it. The last ember in the nearest fire dims further, then dims again, until it is almost nothing, just a faint trace of warmth in the ash. The air grows slightly cooler again, but still gentle, still quiet. The man sleeps. And the night continues to hold him and everything around him in a long, steady silence that feels as if it will not end quickly, but will instead simply remain for as long as it needs to. The night grows deeper now, though it does not feel different in any sudden way. It simply becomes more complete, like a quiet room where the light has slowly been lowered until everything rests in soft shadow. The man sleeps. His breathing is steady, unchanged. In, out, in, out. There is no effort in it now, no awareness of time passing, only the simple rhythm of rest continuing on its own. Around him, the camp remains still. The other workers sleep in scattered places across the ground, their bodies settled into familiar positions. No one is disturbed. No one is restless. The entire camp feels like a single, quiet presence resting under the sky. The fires are nearly gone. Only faint traces of embers remain in a few places, glowing softly, then dimming again as the night continues. The air is cooler now than before, but still gentle. It moves lightly across the land, passing over sand and stone, over woven mats and sleeping figures, without making itself known in any strong way. Above, the sky is fully dark. The stars are clearer now, more distinct. They do not move in any way that can be felt. They simply remain. The man shifts slightly in his sleep, a small adjustment. Then stillness again. His face is calm, his body relaxed. There is no sign of strain left from the day. The work has fully released him into rest. The camp breathes quietly as a whole, not in sound, but in presence. a shared stillness that fills the space between all things. The last faint glow of fire near the man fades further. Now it is almost nothing, only a trace that suggests where warmth once was. The night continues without interruption. No sound rises high enough to break it. No movement lasts long enough to change it. Time feels less like something moving forward and more like something simply existing. The man's breathing remains slow, even, in, out. In, out. He sleeps without awareness of anything beyond that rhythm. The land outside the camp remains open and still. The distant pyramid site stands in silence, its shape unseen in the darkness, but present all the same. It does not change. It does not wait with urgency. It simply is. Like everything else under this sky, a faint breeze moves again across the land, softer than before. It passes over sleeping bodies, over the quiet ground, over the remains of the day. Then it fades. The air becomes still once more. The man does not wake. His sleep remains deep and uninterrupted. The night holds everything gently. There is no push within it, no direction, only calm continuation. The stars remain fixed above. The darkness between them feels wide but not empty. It feels settled, the kind of stillness that does not need to be filled. The man's breathing slows even more, becoming so even that it almost blends into the silence itself. The camp remains unchanged. No fire grows. No voice rises. No movement lingers. Only rest. Only night. And the long, quiet stillness continues to hold everything exactly as it is, without asking for anything more. The night settles even further, though there is no clear moment where it becomes deeper. It simply continues, as it has been, growing more complete in its stillness. The man sleeps. His body rests fully against the woven mat, unmoving except for the quiet rise and fall of his breathing. In, out, in, out. The rhythm is slow and natural, like something the body continues on its own, without effort or awareness. Around him, the camp remains quiet. Other men sleep in scattered places, their forms softened by darkness. Some are barely visible now, blending into the night itself. No one stirs in any lasting way. Any movement is brief, then gone again. The fires are almost entirely out. Only faint, dying embers remain in a few places, no longer bright enough to shape the space around them. They are more memory than light now. The air is cool, not sharp, just steady and calm. It moves gently across the camp, passing over sleeping bodies, over stone and sand, over the quiet remains of the day. It does not disturb anything it touches. Above, the sky remains fully dark. The stars are clearer now than before, each one steady in its place. They do not change. They do not move in any way that can be felt. They simply remain. The man shifts slightly in his sleep again, a small motion of the shoulder. Then stillness returns. His face is relaxed, his breathing unchanged. There is no sign of the day left in his body now. No tension, no effort, no awareness of work or movement. Only rest. The camp feels even quieter than before. Not because something has changed, but because everything has settled more deeply into the same calm state. Time passes without marking itself. There is no sense of beginning or end, only continuation. The last faint glow of embers disappears completely in one of the nearby fires. No light remains there now, only darkness. But it is not empty darkness. It is calm, the kind that holds rather than removes. The man continues to sleep. His breathing remains steady. In, out, in, out. Nothing interrupts it. Nothing reaches it. The night carries on gently, as if it has all the time it needs and does not wish to rush through any part of itself. A faint breeze returns once more. It is light, almost unnoticeable. It passes over the camp and moves on, leaving everything as it was. The air grows still again. The man does not move. His sleep remains deep, unbroken. The distant land outside the camp is also still. The work site, the stones, the unfinished shape of the pyramid, all of it rests under the same sky. Unseen now, but present, quiet. The man does not think of it. There is nothing in him that reaches for thought. Only rest, only silence. The stars continue their quiet presence. The darkness between them feels vast, but gentle. Not empty, just open. The man's breathing slows again, becoming so even that it feels like part of the night itself. The camp remains unchanged. No sound rises. No movement lasts. Only the shared stillness of many bodies resting in the same quiet space. And the night continues, holding everything softly, without effort, without end, as if it has chosen simply to remain for as long as it is needed. The night continues its slow and steady presence over the land. Nothing changes in any way that can be easily noticed. There is no shift, no turning point, only the same deep calm, extending further into itself. The man sleeps. His body remains still against the woven mat, relaxed in a way that only deep rest can bring. His breathing is quiet. In, out, in, out. Each breath is even, unforced, continuing without interruption, as if the night itself is guiding it. Around him, the camp remains quiet. Other men sleep nearby, scattered across the ground in simple, resting shapes. Some lie on their sides. Some rest on their backs. All of them are still. All of them are held in the same gentle silence. No fire remains now with any visible glow. The embers have faded completely. What is left is only the memory of warmth in the cooled ash, no longer giving light, only presence. The air is cool, soft. It moves slowly through the camp, passing over sleeping bodies and empty spaces without disturbance. It does not carry urgency. It does not bring change. It simply moves, then rests again. Above, the sky is fully dark. The stars remain, steady, quiet, unmoving in any way that can be felt. They appear neither closer nor farther than before. They are simply there, holding their places in silence. The man turns slightly in his sleep, a small adjustment of his arm. Then stillness returns once more. His face remains calm, untroubled. There is no sign of effort left in him now. No memory of pulling or lifting or walking under the sun. Only rest remains. The camp feels even quieter as time passes. Not because anything new has happened, but because the silence has deepened into itself. It is no longer just absence of sound. It is presence of stillness. Time moves without shape or measure. There is no beginning that can be felt. No end approaching. Only continuation. The land outside the camp remains still as well. The work site, far away in the darkness, holds its unfinished shape in silence. Stones rest where they were placed. Paths remain where they were shaped. Everything is still, not waiting, just resting. The man does not think of it. There is no thought that rises to the surface of his sleep. Only calm, only quiet. A faint breeze passes again across the open land. It is gentle, almost imperceptible. It moves through the night and across the camp, then fades again without leaving change behind. The air settles once more. Cool, steady. The man's breathing remains slow and even. In, out, in, out. The rhythm continues without awareness, without effort. The night holds everything in the same quiet way it has been holding it since it began. Nothing resists it. Nothing interrupts it. The stars remain overhead, unchanged, steady in their silent arrangement. The darkness between them feels wide but not empty. It feels complete. The kind of completeness that asks for nothing more. The camp remains in deep stillness. No movement lasts. No sound rises. Only rest. Only night. And the world continues in this gentle state, as if it has settled fully into quiet and has no reason to leave it. The night has now reached its deepest quiet. There is no sense of change left in it. Only continuation. The land rests beneath the sky as if it has fully accepted stillness, and nothing tries to disturb that acceptance. The man sleeps. His body is completely settled now, resting without tension, without weight in any conscious way. His breathing continues. Slow, even, in, out, in, out. It is steady, like a soft rhythm that belongs to the night itself. Around him, the camp is fully silent. All the men remain asleep, scattered across the ground in calm, motionless forms. There is no shifting that lasts, no sound that rises, only the shared stillness of many bodies resting together. The fires are gone now in every place. No glow remains, no ember, only darkened ash resting quietly where light once was. The air is cool and still. It does not move with intention anymore. It simply exists, passing over everything equally, without change or direction. Above, the sky is wide and dark. The stars remain in place, unchanged, steady, and distant. They do not feel closer or farther. They do not feel like they are moving at all. They simply are. The man turns once more in his sleep. A small, natural motion. Then stillness returns immediately. His face remains calm, rested. There is no trace of the day left in him now. No effort, no sound, no weight of movement. Only rest remains. The camp feels deeper in silence than before, though nothing has been added to it or taken away. It is simply more complete. Time no longer feels like something passing forward. It feels like something resting alongside everything else. The land outside the camp is also still. The distant work site remains under the same night sky, unseen but present. Stone, sand, and structure all resting in quiet continuation. Nothing moves there either. Not anymore. The man does not think of it. There is no thought that reaches him now. Only calm. Only silence. A faint breeze moves across the land one last time. It is light, barely there. It passes through the camp gently, touching everything without changing anything, and then fades away. The air becomes still again, cool, even. The man's breathing remains slow. In, out, in, out. The rhythm continues without effort, without awareness, as if it belongs not only to him, but to the night itself. The sky above remains unchanged. The stars hold their places in silence, scattered across the darkness like quiet points of steady light. Nothing interrupts them. Nothing calls them to move. The camp rests fully now. No sound, no movement, no fire, only sleep, only night. And the world remains in this soft, steady stillness, as if it has chosen to remain quiet for as long as it is allowed to be. It simply stays like this, still, soft, unmoving. The man keeps sleeping, his breathing slow and even, like it has been for a long time now. In, out, in, out. Around him, the camp remains quiet in the same way it was before. No fire returns. No voices rise. No footsteps disturb the sand. Everything has already settled into rest, and nothing tries to pull it out of that state. The air stays cool and gentle. The sky stays dark and full of steady stars. Nothing shifts in any way that matters. Even time feels less like something passing and more like something resting alongside everything else. The man does not wake. There is nothing to wake for, only the quiet continuation of sleep. And the night continues in the same calm way, holding everything without effort, without urgency, and without end that needs to be noticed. The night has already settled fully into its deepest state, and everything that could happen has softened into stillness. The man remains asleep. His breathing continues in the same quiet rhythm. In, out, in, out. Nothing interrupts it. Nothing changes it. Around him, the camp stays completely quiet. The fires are long gone. The warmth they once gave has fully returned to the earth. The sleeping figures remain motionless, held gently by rest. The air is cool and steady. The sky above is dark and wide, with stars holding their silent places without movement or urgency. Even the idea of time feels distant now, like it has slowed down enough to stop asking for attention. There is no work here anymore, no movement, no sound that carries meaning, only the quiet presence of night, remaining exactly as it is. The man sleeps, and nothing asks him to be anywhere else. So the night simply continues in its stillness, without beginning again, and without needing an ending. The story has already settled into its quietest point, where nothing new happens and nothing needs to. The man still sleeps. His breathing remains slow and even. In, out, in, out. Around him, the camp is unchanged. No fires return, no movement rises, no voices break the stillness. Everything rests in the same calm place it reached earlier, as if the entire world has agreed to remain quiet for a while. The air stays cool and steady. The sky remains dark and wide, with the stars fixed in their silent positions. Nothing pushes forward. Nothing pulls back. Even time feels like it has loosened its grip, no longer asking to be noticed. There is only rest, only stillness, only the quiet continuation of night, holding everything gently, without effort and without end. The night does not end in a sudden way. It simply continues until it no longer feels like night at all. And somewhere within that deep, quiet passing of time, the world slowly begins to change again. Not loudly, not all at once, just gently. The first sign is almost nothing at all. A slight softening in the darkness. A faint light that does not yet have color, only presence. The man is still asleep when it begins. His breathing remains steady. In, out, in, out. Around him, the camp is still quiet, but the air is different now. It is no longer only cool. It feels lighter. As if something distant is preparing to return. The sky above begins to shift. The stars are still there, but they no longer feel as sharp in the darkness. The night is starting to loosen its hold, very slowly, without any force. The man does not notice. He is still resting deeply. The land remains silent. The stones in the distance, the unfinished pyramid, the work site beyond the camp. All of it remains still, holding the memory of yesterday's labor. But even that stillness begins to feel different now. Softer, less final. The darkness thins almost imperceptibly. A faint gray begins to form along the edge of the horizon. Not bright, not clear, just the first suggestion that the world is not staying in night forever. The man's breathing continues. Slow, even, in, out. The camp remains quiet, but it is no longer the same kind of silence as before. It feels like silence that is preparing to end, even though nothing has changed yet. The sky begins to open, little by little. The stars do not disappear quickly. They simply begin to feel less dominant, as if their presence is slowly stepping back. A faint glow gathers at the edge of the world. Soft, pale, almost unnoticeable unless one has been watching the darkness for a long time. The man sleeps through it all. He does not need to wake for it to happen. The world continues its slow return. The air grows slightly warmer, just enough to feel the difference between night and something approaching morning. The camp remains still. No one moves yet. No sound rises. But everything feels closer to waking, even before waking arrives. The sky lightens again, gently. The darkness does not vanish. It simply gives way. The man finally shifts in his sleep. A small movement, like the body beginning to remember itself. His breathing remains calm. In, out, in, out. Around him, the first quiet signs of morning continue to form. The horizon softens further. The night releases its hold without struggle, and the world returns slowly, as it always does. Not as an ending, but as another beginning that arrives without noise. The story does not stop here. It simply continues into the next day, just as quietly as the night before it.